afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. As I told you on Thursday, sometimes there's some things that I have to do outside the presence of the jury, and I told y'all, justice still happens, right? So thank y'all for your patience and for waiting, okay? So now we're going to actually start the jury trial, as I told you last week. We're going to actually start this case on the merits of the case today. So in a few minutes, the state of Texas is going to read the charges to Mr. Billy Shamirmir. When that happens, he will either plead guilty or not guilty. I anticipate that he will plead not guilty. After that, the state will have the opportunity to give an opening statement. After the state's opening statement, the defense can make one at that time if they would like. But as we talked about previously, at this point, they do not have to do anything else. If they want to make an opening statement after the state of Texas does, they're welcome. If they want to reserve it and make their opening statement during their case in chief, if they would like to put on a case in chief, they may. Also, once the state has presented their witnesses and the defense has presented their witnesses, and both sides do what we call rest and close, then you will receive the jury charge. That is the document that tells you all the law you must follow in this case. Now, I, of course, will read the charge to you, but you will be allowed to take those jury instructions back with you. Now, after closing arguments, you'll retire to the jury deliberation room at that time, and you will deliberate on the guilt-innocence phase only. So, as I told you yesterday, I know we're getting started at 1:30. We're getting started in the afternoon. You've already had your lunch, but we will still integrate breaks in. I don't want you to think we won't have any breaks. We'll talk about the scheduling a little bit later because I anticipate that we'll go later than 4:30 today. So on one of those breaks, if you need to let some family members know that we'll be going past 4:30 today, that would be awesome for you to do that. Now, anytime if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel sleepy or something like that, let us know. Wave your hand. As I told you before, you're able to have beverages, you're able to have water. Sorry, I can't really control the air or the heat in here, but other than that, we will do whatever we can to make you all feel comfortable. Now, I'm going to ask if each one of you would stand for me. Everybody stand. Please hold up your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Billy Shamirmir, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Yes. Okay, did everybody's neighbors say yes? Yes. All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. So, state, are you ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Judge.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right, so at this time, will the state arraign the defendant?
Good afternoon. What I'm about to read to you is the indictment in the case. What it does is it lets you know and us know what we have to prove in the case, and puts the defendant on notice of the ways we charge. It reads, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2018 of the 363rd Judicial District Court of said county, upon its oath to present in and to said court at said term, that Billy Kipkor Shamirmir, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 20th day of March 2018, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there intentionally cause the death of Lou T. Harris, an individual hereinafter called deceased by smothering the deceased with a pillow, a deadly weapon, and with hands, a deadly weapon, and with an unknown object, a deadly weapon, the exact nature and description of which is unknown and unknowable to the grand jury. And the defendant was then and there in the course of committing and attempting to commit the offense of burglary of said deceased. And further, then unlawfully then and there intentionally caused the death of Lou T. Harris, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by smothering the deceased with a pillow, a deadly weapon, with hands, a deadly weapon, and with an unknown object, a deadly weapon, the exact nature and description of which is unknown and unknowable to the grand jury. And the defendant was then and there in the course of committing and attempting to commit the offense of robbery of said deceased, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by 4 persons of the grand jury.
Thank you. And counselors, how does your client plead to these allegations?
Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he was to plead of not guilty.
Thank you. You may be seated. So at this time, State, are you ready to begin with your opening statement?
Yes, sir. Okay, please report to the council. Again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am proud to stand up here in front of you all and to present the state of Texas versus Village Agreement. What you're going to hear about in the next couple of days is about some incidents that happened back in 2018 here in your county of Dallas. You're going to hear about how this individual right here, Billy Chamirmir, how he attacked not just one, not just two, but 3 different individuals in our county, leaving them for dead. Now, these aren't just individuals like you might see on TV or walking around the street. These are some of the most vulnerable people that we have in our community, 3 elderly women. The charges that I have to prove to you today is about one, Lou T. Harris. Miss Harris was a woman that moved here from, originally from Vietnam. And she lived here with her, well, she was married to a man who she was a widow. She lived by herself in a house in North Dallas. What you're going to hear is that on around 3:30 on March 20th, 2018, the connection between her and Mr. Chamirmir started. They were both checking out at a Walmart at the corner of Coit and Arapahoe together at the exact same time. He's in one aisle, she's in the next, checking out at the exact same time. He leaves about a minute before her out of the store. They get to their cars about a minute and a half apart from each other. He's in front of her. He leaves and pulls out of the parking lot and goes in the direction of her house. About 2 minutes later, she pulls out and leaves and goes in that same direction. Now, what you're going to hear is that about 2 hours later, around 5:50, Mr. Chamirmir is seen by the Plano Police Department, and he is at a dumpster close to his house, in the same apartment complex of his house, and he is throwing out significant individualized items. He's arrested, and when they go back to look at the things that are in his hands at arrest, and the things that he's discarding into the trash, they realize there's a name in here, and that name is Lou T. Van, her maiden name. And it's because of that information that they have, that they found in that dumpster and in his hands, individual pieces of jewelry, things like that. They contact Dallas Police Department that goes back to Miss Harris's house, and they look into her house, get into her house, and find her deceased inside. You're going to hear from 2 doctors. Both of those doctors are going to tell you that they saw the dead body of Miss Harris and determined that she was smoked. In that short window of time between when they're leaving together and when when he is arrested 2 hours later. Now, why is the Plano Police Department searching for Billy Chamirmir? Well, in order to know that, you have to know what happened on the 19th, March 19th. Okay, just the day before Lou Harris was murdered. There was a woman by the name of Mary Bartel. She lived in the Plano area. She lived in a retirement community, someplace that's seemingly safe, that we would put someone that we loved into so that they could enjoy their time with other individuals that are of their same age. She had an active lifestyle. She wasn't in some sort of nursing care situation. She was an active individual. Well, that morning, morning of the 19th, she hears knocking at her door, and she goes to her door to find a man standing there with green gloves that's attached to her. Tells her to get into her bed, lay down, and he puts a pillow over her face. Well, unbeknownst to her attacker, Mr. Chamirmir, she lived. She actually survived because she had a pacemaker. And she's going to be able to tell you what happened to her that day through a deposition. She's since passed away. Now, the Plano Police Department find out about this. She's contacted at the hospital by a police officer. They start putting things together. They start thinking, well, this woman was attacked. There's a suspicious person call that had come in a few days before at that nursing home or at the retirement community. And so they had a license plate. They check out that license plate. Well, the license plate comes back to this man. It was there on March 15th. Then they get his name. They develop his name. They develop who he is. They develop where he lives. That's why they're sitting there waiting on him, because he had attacked an elderly woman the day before. And lo and behold, when they go to see What does he have in his hand? What is he throwing out? It is items belonging to another woman who had been attacked and had been killed. Another elderly woman. But it doesn't really end there. After we have the name of Billy Chimerman, you'll hear from a Detective Pagel from the Richardson Police Department. She goes back to a case that happened back in January 30th of 2018. There was a woman by the name of Mary Brooks who had also gone to that exact same Walmart, right there at Queen and Arapahoe. And as she left there, a car that matches the same description of the car that Billy Chimerman drove at that time, follows her out of that Walmart. We have that video, and you'll get to see that video. They go back after she's found the next day on the 31st by her grandson, having died in her own home, which is a townhouse condo community. She's found dead there on the ground. The groceries that she brought in from Walmart, she never had an opportunity to put them on. She's dressed in the same coat, same outfit she was in from Walmart the day before. Now, how do we know that Billy Chimerman is the one who had a hand in the death of Mary Brooks? Well, the very next day, on January 31st, he has an offer-up account. It's like a Craigslist. It's something that you would sell things like on an internet platform. On his platform, in his offer-up account, he is selling a very unique ring. It was owned not just by Mary Brooks, but by Mary Brooks' mother. And you'll hear from Mary Brooks' daughter, Ann Brooks, who knows that ring very well and knows it to be one and the same ring that her mother and her grandmother owned. So there we have again, Billy Chimerman. Not only is he in possession of Lou Harris's items, Mary Martell's items. Oh, I forgot to tell you about that. When the Plano Police Department started looking into Mary Bartel's case, they realized that she had a unique ring that she was also missing as well. And later that day on the 19th, remember I told you on March 19th is when she was attacked? He sells that very unique ring to an individual through that same offer-up account. So he has Mary Bartel's ring that he's trying to sell on offer-up. He has Mary Brooks' ring that he's trying to sell on offer-up. And he has Lou T. Harris's items in his hand. He's discarding other items belonging to her. All of this evidence is going to be overwhelming for you all. And last week when you came in down to that central jury room, you came in as individuals and we had you all spread out, sitting down there in the central jury room. Okay? But now you are a unit. You are the jury that will decide the fate of Billy Chimerman. And we are going to put the trust of Dallas County in your hands to come with a just and true verdict of guilty in this case. And once you hear all the evidence, and once you realize all the evidence that we have, there's going to be only one verdict that you'll be able to come up with, and that'll be a verdict of guilty. One other thing I want you to listen for, the keys to Lou T. Harris's house are in his possession. The actual keys to her house are in his possession. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will be overwhelming for you. It's going to take a while to get through it because there's a lot of witnesses. I just want you to hang on and keep up with us, and you'll see it all through your own eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmartin. Mr. Warren, Mr. Hayes, anyone would like an opening statement at this time?
Your Honor, we'll reserve our right to our case in chief.
All right, thank you. All right, State, you may call your first witness.
We'll call Karen Gabriel.
Hello, Mr. Gatewood. You can have a seat for me. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court?
My name is Karen Gatewood, spelled K-A-R-E-N, and then Gatewood is G-A-T-E-W-O-O-D.
And how are you employed?
With the city of Plano as a 911 dispatcher.
And how long have you been with the city of Plano as a 911 dispatcher?
21 years, it'll be 22 in July.
And tell me, how does it work there at the city of Plano as far as emergency or non-emergency calls?
The same people take both calls. We all take, that's what we're trained on first is 911 and non-emergency calls. And then for emergency calls, they just come to one of us individually. But for the non-emergency calls, it comes to just all of us in general, and whoever can answer it first.
Okay. And so, so anyone who's there might handle a non-emergency if you're there. But like an emergency call would actually be directed straight to your station.
Yes.
And about how many people work there in your unit?
On any given shift, anywhere between 11 and 13.
And so if I were to call 911, if I'm living in your area, you might be the person that I'm talking to over there.
Yes.
Okay. Were you working the morning of March 19th of 2018? And did you take a call that morning?
Yes.
Commissioner Crowe?
You may.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 57. Have you had an opportunity to listen to this today?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the call that you took back?
Yes.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 57.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 57 is admitted.
Commissioner Published, Judge?
All right.
Call 1, call on Monday, March.
That we cannot awake.
Call 1, call on Monday, March 19, 2018, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 55 seconds.
Item 911. What's the address of the emergency?
We have a neighbor that we cannot awake.
Okay, what's the address?
Pardon?
What is the address?
The address is 818, no, 816.
What's the street name?
The street name is Stone Canyon,
Okay.
Western Place.
Okay, well, is 816 the apartment number?
The apartment number is 816.
Okay, what's the apartment complex address?
What's the address for this place? Old Shepherd Road, 5,000 Old Shepherd Road.
Okay, 5,000 Old Shepherd, Preston Place apartment?
Yes,
Okay, and it's apartment 816, is that right?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
is there a building number?
8.
Building 8. Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
214-986-9445.
Okay, now are you inside with your neighbor?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm gonna be asking you some questions, okay?
okay,
So we do have the paramedics on the way while I ask you these questions.
all right,
Okay. And are you with the patient now?
yes.
Okay.
I am with the patient now.
Okay, and how old are they?
She must be almost 90.
Okay. Is she awake?
No, she is not awake.
Is she
We can't
breathing?
wake her up.
Is she
Yes,
breathing?
she is breathing.
Okay. Is her breathing completely normal?
No, don't think so.
Okay. And we're going to do a little breathing test on her to check her breathing. And I want you to say now, every single time she takes a breath in, starting immediately. Tell me the first breath. Okay, tell me the first breath you take.
No,
Well, it doesn't say no, tell me now if she's breathing.
now,
Okay, then the next one.
Now,
The next one,
now,
the next one,
now,
and then one more.
now.
Okay, thank you so much. And is she still unconscious?
We can't wake her up.
Okay. Okay, we are sending the paramedics to help you out of 5,000 Old Shepherd Place, Department Headland 6 in Building 8.
Yes,
Stay on the line, I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
okay.
Okay, are you right by her now?
I am with her now.
Okay.
Call 2. Call on Monday, March 19, 2018, 9 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, this is, all right, well, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back and remove any pillows.
She is on her back,
Okay,
and there's no pillars.
okay, and one more time, is she breathing?
Yes, she's sucking in air through her mouth.
Okay, what we're going to do is maintain her airway for her until the paramedics get there, and I'm going to give you some instructions on how to do that. Place your hand on her forehead,
Place my hand on her forehead,
and then your other hand under her neck,
my other hand under her neck.
and then
So I have to put my phone down.
can you put me on speakerphone? Do you know how to do that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Well, let me have my neighbor do that. Hold your hand on her forehead, put your other hand under her head,
Under her neck,
under her neck,
and tilt the head back.
and tilt her head back.
Okay. And then put your ear next to her mouth,
Put my ear next to my mouth, to her mouth.
and then can you feel or hear any breathing?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay,
She's breathing
good.
through her mouth.
Now stay right by her and make sure her head is tilted back and
Her
check,
head is back.
and check the breathing often.
Check the breathing often.
Yeah, just leave her just like that till the paramedics get there, okay?
Okay.
And if she vomits, turn her on her side and clean out her mouth and nose.
She is not vomiting.
Okay. Well, I'll stay on the line until help arrives. And tell me when the paramedics are right with her or if anything changes.
Okay.
And what floor is her apartment on?
First,
What floor is her apartment on?
first floor.
Okay, now,
And it's convenient to driveway.
okay, good. Is her head still tilted back?
Yes, her head is tilted back.
Okay, good. Now just stay, keep her like that. The paramedics are starting to pull into the parking lot. You'll see them before too long, but keep her just like that until they get there, okay?
Okay.
And can I get your name?
Come in.
Are they there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you go. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'll go let you go.
And Ms. Gatewood, that was the phone call that you received out of,
Yes.
I'll pass it.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Gabriel. Thank you. And we're gonna call your next witness.
We'll call Steve.
Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand for me? You so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name, spell your name,
Stephen Tuck, STEVENTUCK,
and how are you employed?
City Plano Fire Department.
How long have you been with the city of Plano Fire Department?
Almost 14 years.
And can you explain to me a little bit about what your duties are as a fireman?
Well, kind of broad. We get called out for medical calls, we go take care of that. We get called out for traffic accidents, we go take care of that. For fire calls, pretty much anything that 911 sends us to.
Okay, and so we've all seen, there's the big fire trucks, and then there's smaller like ambulance
Right.
trucks, right? Are there certain guys in your department that do, and ladies that do one or the other, or is everybody cross-trained on everything?
Everybody's cross-trained on everything.
And
Everybody's a fireman and the EMT at least. Most of our guys are firemen, paramedics. So they come out of the ambulance, the engine, the truck, whichever that day.
okay, and are you so cross-trained as well?
Yes, sir.
And so some days are you on the big fire truck, and some days you're in an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
What station do you work at?
Station 5,
And were you working at that back in March of 2018?
I was.
And back in the morning hours of March 19th, were you called out to 5,000 Old Shepherd?
Yes, sir.
Is that around 9:43 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Sometime around there?
Mhm.
When you got to 5,000 Old Shepherd, had you been to that community before?
Yes, sir.
All right, and can you describe kind of what type of a community it is that you're aware of?
It's we call it a retirement community. It's like a bunch of apartments with senior citizens living in there. Very close in the community. It's not assisted living or anything like that, but just active retirement senior facility.
And just to kind of describe the area, a bunch of apartment buildings,
Yes, sir.
and the doors to the individual apartments, they open to the outside, like they're
They own to a breezeway.
to a breezeway. Okay. All right, and so you got a call, and when you arrived at the call, what did you observe when you got there?
We went into the apartment that we were sent to, and we saw a lady unconscious on her bed in her bedroom. The thing that stuck out is she was laying in an unusual position. And I say that because most unconscious people, it just all calls are kind of, you just know that when you run on a lot of unconscious patients, they're kind of all generally the same body position, like laying down a certain way. Well, she was unconscious, but halfway on the bed, and with her arms kind of spread out like that. And it's not a usual finding for us to find somebody unconscious in that position. You know, borderline sliding off the bed. So we started assessing her and found out she was alive. And I was talking right away. We did some more assessment on her, and she started to slowly wake up. And she told us that she remembers somebody at her door, and she let the person in, and it's a black man with green gloves, is what she says. We didn't think anything of it. She said, he tried to smother me. You know, he took me to the bedroom and laid me down and tried to smother me. And again, didn't think much of it because she was just unconscious coming around, and her details got, or her story got more and more detailed as she woke up and became conscious. You know, very specific, like, no, he was at the door, not letting in. He said it was maintenance, and so I didn't think anything of it. Again, the black man, green gloves, came into my apartment and then threw me on the bed and started smothering me with a pillow.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me break it down just a little bit, okay? So when you first got in there, we had just heard a call that there was two of her neighbors that were there. Do you remember seeing two other women there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they directed you to where she was in the...
Correct.
You said that she was unconscious when you first
Yes.
found her? Okay. Did you all have to do anything in order to help revive her?
We did what we call sternal rub, which is take your knuckle and bury it in the sternum and rub it back and forth. It's pretty uncomfortable.
Okay, and the sternum is basically right above your breast.
Right here where the ribs come together on one side. And if they wake up to that, then we say they're alert to painful stimuli. And after that, we just ran some more tests and checked blood sugar. That was fine. Ran an EKG. EKG was a little different. It showed spikes on the bottom of the printout, which indicates some kind of cardiac fibrillation device, whether it was a band or constant. So we knew something was going on, but we weren't sure. I think the rest of her vitals were okay. Blood pressure, blood sugar was okay, so it wasn't bad. We didn't treat that. We were kind of stumped like why she was unconscious. Those are basically the biggest things we check to diagnose what's going on, so we can treat it quickly.
And was there a difference between, on the EKG, is there one level and then a second level that you can do on the EKG?
Yes, sir, there's a EKG, we say EKG, it's a 4 lead, there's 4 stickers on the body. Then if we're thinking it's a cardiac related issue, then we'll do a more in-depth EKG, which is a 12 lead, where we throw 6 more stickers on the body and gets a better picture of the electrical path in the heart.
And you said it was reading out strange and firing strange. Was that have something to do with a pacemaker, or what is, tell me about that?
When it prints out, at the bottom, if the pacemaker is going off on our specific machine, it has a little arrow each time the pacemaker goes off. When we printed her leads, or her EKG, we saw that those pacer spikes on the bottom, all the way across. They weren't intermittent, they were consistent, and we didn't know if that's what helped bring her back around, or what it was. But we assumed something happened and the pacemaker was going off. But again, we didn't know if it was a demand pacemaker, which only kicks on under certain situations, or if it was a constant pacemaker, where it's constantly firing. We didn't know.
Now, when she first wakes up, did she have some discussion with you about a dream? She was having a dream about someone smoking.
She mentioned, she said something, she did say dream, I believe she said, I had a dream that somebody was smothering me, or somebody came in and tried to smother me, and then that story developed and got more detailed the more she woke up.
Did y'all, was a report generated based on this call? Is that State's Exhibit number 58?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this call was for a married Martell, is that right?
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit number 31, is that, well, State's Exhibit 31, 14, 15, and 20. Are these all photos associated with your call out there, married Martell?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 58, 31, and State's Exhibits 14, 15, and 20. Judge, I think 14, 15, and 20, they're already in evidence. They were pretty good. And 31. So it's just State's Exhibit number 58. Okay.
So State's Exhibits 14, 15, 20, and 31 have been pre-admitted, so we will publish those. And then State's Exhibit number 58 has just now been published.
And then Judge, earlier I'd asked for 314, 315, 316, and 317 for demonstrative purposes. And I don't know if I heard your ruling on that, if they're meant for demonstrative.
Oh, I'm
purposes.
sorry.
I don't know if they had an opportunity to object.
Yeah, I did write that down. So for demonstrative purposes, is there any objection to 13, 14, 15? 300, I'm sorry, 300, 14, 315, 316, 317 for demonstrative purposes.
No, the board, sir. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted for demonstrative purposes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. You see this is State's Exhibit number 316?
Yes.
Okay. And the call was to 5,000 on the show, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's delineated there on this on the March 19th.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, the system's warming up here. Okay, there we go. All right, here's State's Exhibit number 31, and obviously this is in the hospital, but is this the Mary Bartel that you had an occasion to meet in her apartment that morning?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had said that when you went into her bedroom, your State's Exhibit number 14, is this the bed that you found her on?
Yes, sir.
And you said that it was kind of State's Exhibit number 15, is that the side of that bed?
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned that she was oddly placed on the bed. Tell me about that again.
She was laid on the bed, on her back. However, the edge of her bed, from the side to the horizontal part, was just below her bottom, which when people lay on the bed, from what we've seen on calls, they don't lay like that. And with her arms being out to the side, it's just also unusual to find people in that position as well.
So you can see at the top of the of this picture up here, there's a giraffe right there. There's some pillows up here. Was she parallel to the bed or perpendicular to the bed?
She was perpendicular to the bed, not like your pointer was showing.
So like that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the top of the pointer, is that where her head was up on that side?
It was probably further in, but yes, sir.
Further in? Okay. And then her, where were her feet? Were they on the
On the
bed?
floor.
They're on the floor.
Yes.
Okay. And about how far up on her thighs was the edge of the bed?
Probably 3/4, I had to give it a number, more than half, but lower bottom.
Okay, so she's basically back like this, laying down in bed with her knees bent.
Yes, sir.
320 just shows that same side of the bed, just from the other side of the bed.
Yes, sir.
And then once you all get her revived to a certain extent, what do you all do with her?
We take her from the bed and put her on a stretcher, and that's when the ambulance takes her to the hospital for further evaluation.
I'll pass this.
Any questions, Mr. Moore?
That's great, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Tuck, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. My name is Kobe Warren, and I I represent Mr. Shamir Marion. I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I kind of want to clear up something. May I approach on it?
You know,
And really, I don't know if you can approach, but Mr. Tuck, when you were saying, I just want to make sure that the jury's clear. So on States 15 here, you're stating that this would be her body, but her feet would be on the ground. Is that correct?
It's more perpendicular to that red line.
Like such?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And her feet would have been on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Fitzmartin asked her how far up the bed where the mattress would have been on her thighs. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you said about 3/4 up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you say roughly the mattress would be
A little higher than that.
I'm sorry?
It's a little higher than that.
Like kind
Kind
of
of
close?
lottery suit jacket.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then from there would have been the space, but from there up would have been all mattress on her back. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if someone would have been sitting there and just kind of leaned back, that would have been the position you found her in?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you say that you've been with Plano Fire Department now for what, about 14 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, I guess, I'm assuming it was with your, were you on the truck or were you on the ambulance that day?
I was on the truck that day.
Okay. Which one arrived first, do you recall?
The truck did.
And then, I know it was at least you and, was it Engineer Barry that were first to go inside, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was it you or Engineer Barry, the one that actually did the sternal rub on this Bartel?
Driver, engineer Barry.
I'm sorry?
Barry.
Okay. And you stated that's just the kind of rubbing of the knuckles on the sternum,
Yes, sir.
and it's a little uncomfortable, and if a person is conscious enough or not as knocked out enough, they'll respond and wake up, is that correct?
Correct.
About how long did you actually do that, or did Engineer Barry do that rub on her?
It wasn't very long. We're looking for any kind of response. It doesn't have to be verbal or they don't really jump up, but I want to say it was a couple, maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds. Then her eyes opened up a little bit, and that's enough of a response for us to say she's alert to painful stimuli.
Was the sternal rub the first treatment that you guys did when you got there?
It was the first one he did, yes, sir.
Did you do something prior to that?
I believe I was setting up the leads and the stickers for the EKG
Okay.
and also preparing the glucose test.
Could you see, like, from her chest or abdomen, her breathing when you first came in?
Yes,
Okay. And then slowly she starts to regain consciousness, is that right?
yes, sir.
And she says, what she says in regards to someone forcing their way in, forcing her to the bedroom, and then putting a pillow over, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stated that you've been out here to this location before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even outside of that location, I mean, you've been on, in 14 years, heck, how many calls have you been on?
Quite a bit.
A few, right?
Mhm. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And now, when you go out on the scene, and if you're able to receive information from a patient or a potential patient that you're responding to, your job and your goal is to take that information as you receive it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Regardless of what they're saying or how they're saying it, you just take that information, you notate it, and you go about your assessment to see how to best treat them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no idea if the information that they give you is actually factual or true. Isn't that true, Officer Tuck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, officer. I appreciate it.
Nothing further, Judge.
all right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you can take the witness stand, thank you. You raise your right hand for me, please. Do you so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Officer Jamal Kemp.
And how are you, or can you spell your first name?
Sure. It's Jamal.
And how are you employed?
I am a police officer with the Plano Police Department.
How long have you been with the Plano Police Department?
About 13 and a half years.
And what are your duties there at the Plano Police Department?
I am a patrol officer in the patrol division.
And what do you do as a patrol officer in the patrol division?
So basically, you dial 911 and I respond to the call.
So, exactly, if I lived in your, do you have a certain area that you patrol, or is the whole city you're doing?
I have a certain area.
And if I lived inside that city and there's a bump in the middle of the night and I call 911, you're the guy who might show up to my door if you're on duty.
Yes, correct.
All right. Sometimes do you, and were you working in this capacity back on March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And is Medical City Plano, is that part of your area of town too, or it was at that time?
Yes.
Did you respond to a call at Medical City Plano around 10:43 on March 19th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me, how did you get that call?
So there's an off-duty police officer that works inside of the ER, the emergency room rather. When that officer became aware of the situation, the call came out, sergeant was notified, I was notified to respond.
And is that what you did? You responded to that officer?
Yes.
And who was, do you recall who that officer was?
Yes, it was Officer Franz.
And so Franz's duty is to kind of make sure that everything's safe at Medical City. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
So when a call like this might come in, it's your job as a patrol officer to come and assist in that and kind of take over that call at that point.
That's accurate.
All right. And so you proceed to Medical City Plano, and did you have an occasion to meet an individual by the name of Mary Bartel?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Is this Ms. Bartel at the hospital that day?
Yes, it is.
Now, did you, do you respond to all women who show up at a hospital or at a hospital situation seeking treatment?
Okay.
In this situation, was there a reason why the police department is involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the information that you had about Ms. Martell when you arrived?
The information that was given to me was that somebody forced their way into Ms. Martell's apartment and tried to smuggle her in the building.
And was she missing any items from her person?
Yes.
Did you make contact with Ms. Martell?
Yes, sir.
Did she confirm those facts to you?
Yes, she did.
So once you had the basic information from Ms. Bartel, what did you do next with that information?
Once I got all the information from Ms. Bartel, I contacted Detective X.
And is that a detective in your crimes against persons section at Plano Police Department?
He works at CID, I'm not exactly sure.
What is CID stand for?
It's the Criminal Investigation Division, and he's part of that group.
And so, at some point in time, did Detective Martinez come out to the Plano Police Department? Another person that works in CID?
Yes.
And did you inform him of what you had learned at that point in time?
Yes.
And then once you get that informed, did the detectives then take over at that point in time the rest of the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have another duty or go and do something else right after this, in relation to this case?
Yes, I did. I contacted Officer Omar and asked him to go back to the original call location. I went to Plano Fire Department 5 and met with Lieutenant first name is Alex, last name is Shahanda. It's SHAHANDEH.
Glad you had to spell that. Okay, and so why did you send the other officer back to Ms. Bartel's apartment?
At that point, it was a crime scene and it needed to be secured.
To your left is a board there entitled March 19th of 2018. Do you see that 5,000 Old Shepherd Place?
Yes.
And is that the city of Plano?
Yes, it is.
And is that Collin County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
I'll pass on this.
Mr. Moore, Mr. Hayes?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Afternoon, Officer Kemp, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
My name is Colby Warren, I just have a few questions for you. So when you arrived at Medical City Plano, that was in response to the dispatch or the information being sent out from Officer Franz. Is he stationed there at that hospital?
He was working that day.
Okay. Does that position kind of rotate between officers up there?
Yes, it's an off-duty position, so officers typically work there.
Okay.
They're on that.
And so you respond and then you go through the process and you end up speaking to Ms. Bartel on that morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to Ms. Bartel that morning, Officer Kim, do you recall that she was unable to tell you the race of the individual that came into her apartment?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
Briefly, officer, did you notice anything missing off her ring fingers?
I didn't personally notice.
Okay. And that's all I have.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this officer be released?
Yes, sir.
No objections, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
State you can call in as witness.
Judge, at this time, we will offer State's Exhibit number 59, which is the medical records for Mary Bartel.
Okay.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 59 will be admitted.
And at this time, Judge, we will call Mary Bartel by deposition.
And that will be State's Exhibit number 1 that has already been admitted.
I think it's 61, Judge.
Yes, 61, yes.
That is one for the state of Texas. One for the state of Texas. Okay, for the understanding.
I do.
Judge, do you have any control over the speakers?
I have an amplifier, I can turn it up.
Please.
louder. Okay, I can do that.
That's one from the state of Texas.
Okay, can you please introduce yourself and spell your name?
Excuse me, I'm Mary A. Bartel. Mary is the usual spelling, M-A-R-Y. A, my middle initial, and Bartel is B, as in Bob, A-R-T-E-L.
And Ms. Martell, when were you born?
March 3rd, 1927,
And where were you born?
at Linden, Illinois, L-Y-N-D-O-N, Illinois.
And it's sometime, did you move to Texas?
Yes, that was in, that was a little over 6 years ago.
Be around 2012? And, is that a yes? You have to say yes or no.
Yes,
And three of your three boys have moved into the Dallas area. Is that
the
right?
3 sons all lived here at the time when I was moved east way to Carrollton, but that's only a few more minutes away.
Okay. And I sometimes use the word Dallas for all of this whole area, and I apologize about that.
That's
Okay?
okay.
But you, when you moved to Texas in 2012, where did you move to?
Where I was residing before I tripped and fell and broke my femur and had to have hip surgery at Preston Place Independent Living. That's where my husband and I moved and where I continue to live.
Okay. And you moved in there, and that's at 5,000 Old Shepherd,
That's correct.
and that's actually in Plano and in Collin County.
That's true.
And you all had and you're in the same apartment now.
Yes.
If you were able to move back there, you still own that
Yeah,
apartment
well,
or rent that apartment?
rent it by the month.
Okay. And it's the same one that you and your husband moved into?
That's
It's a
true.
2-bedroom.
2-bedroom, 2 baths.
Now, why isn't, obviously you have sons in this area, was your husband's health starting to fail a bit at that time?
That's why we were considering moving here, yes. Then our daughters, the 3 daughters who are still in the Midwest, still living where they lived in 2012. They were 2 to 5 hours away from where we were living in Rockford, Illinois. So when my husband would have a medical emergency, 2 to 5 hours before any of them could get there. And yes, I wanted to come here.
Because you're about 15 minutes away from your 3 boys, in maybe different directions, but about 15 minutes.
That's correct.
All right.
That's correct.
And then, I think you might have already mentioned this, but your husband passed away in 2015.
Yes, he did.
Okay. So now that you're still living in the same place, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about your normal activities that you would have at your apartment, kind of what your normal daily schedule would be.
Okay.
Tell me what that was like prior to the reason why we're here. Okay, what was your normal schedule?
Okay, ever since I retired, and in the summertime, when if I didn't have classes that day, I would always go to 6:30 Mass in the morning, either, in Rockford when we lived there, or when we came here. 6:30 Mass here at Prince of Peace.
And that's in Plano? Is that right?
Yes, 7/10 of a mile from where I live.
So you make the 6:30 Mass,
Mhm.
and I know those go pretty fast at 6:30 in the
That's
morning.
5 days a week. I mean, you know, normally, on Saturday, the mass would be 9 o'clock. It varies a little bit as to whether it's during the school year or summertime or
Right.
which priests are on vacation or whatever.
Sure. So you would make that, and then when you come home, what was your normal routine after mass?
I guess we can go with after my husband passed away.
Yes, absolutely,
Mhm.
around this time that we're.
Okay, so, I would get home, you know, around, about 7:15, something like that. And, I would have breakfast. And then, I would usually, well, my sister-in-law in Rock Island, Illinois, she and I have always been good friends. And so some days I would call her a little before 8 o'clock in the morning. I would call her usually at least once a week. Or I might call some other friends. I still had a lot of friends who were living then who are not living now.
Okay,
When I'm 91, that's the way it works.
okay.
And and then I would like to read the paper for a few minutes, the Dallas Morning News. And then I would usually go to the computer room and check to see if I had any emails and write emails and so on and so forth. And then 6 days a week, I would always walk to aerobic exercises at our veranda. That's our center where we have we eat lunch, or they have various activities there, including aerobics.
And that was kind of your normal morning routine?
Yes, yes.
Some days might differ, but if it was a normal day, that's what you did. Do they provide food for you there at Parkview, as far as breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
No, you can purchase lunch and dinner there if you wish. And lunch is, normally people go to the dining room in the veranda, the community center, for lunch, although you could have it delivered if you want to. The evening meal, if you order it, is always delivered to your apartment.
Did you make use of that, or would you kind of fix your own food?
I usually fix my own food. You know, seniors have a lot of different do's and don'ts when it comes to eating.
Okay. So you would figure out what the do's are for you and just do that? Is that
Yes,
right?
that's
Okay.
true.
Now, we didn't really talk too much about Parkview. Is it an independent living? Is that what you would call it?
It's independent living.
Do they have assisted living as well there?
No, just independent,
Just
that's all.
independent. Okay. And do they provide healthcare workers if you need it, or do you have to hire that from the outside?
They would prefer that you use the ones they have vetted
Okay.
and agree that their backgrounds are okay. But with the change of ownership that we had, I guess it was in this last spring, they said if, again, been that way in the past, but that if you had a caretaker that you brought from the outside rather than getting someone through our office, that then you would have to make sure that you would have to pay for a background check for them.
Now, this Parkview, do the doors to the apartments, they open to the outside world, or is it a hallway?
You're talking about Preston Place, that's where I live.
I'm sorry, yeah, Preston Place.
Preston Place.
Okay, Preston Place.
Well, my apartment, there are 224 apartments there. resting place. And 15 of them are 2-bedroom, 2 baths like mine. So my apartment was originally 2 apartments, and they put them together to make 1 apartment. 15 of those. So, yes, the doors do open out. And so I have 2 outside doors that go into the breezeway. And then there are 2 doors that go out to the patio and the storage area.
And you're on the first floor?
That's correct.
What's your apartment number?
816.
And so there's a number of different buildings. What building are you in?
8.
Building 8. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you now about the date of March 19th.
All right.
That morning, was that one of those typical mornings where you went to church at 6:30
Yes, it was.
at Prince of Peace?
That's correct.
And when you came home, did you have one of those phone calls like you had mentioned to your sister-in-law?
Yes, I did. After I had eaten breakfast, I called my sister-in-law in Rock Island. Her husband had passed away. My dad, my husband's brother, my brother-in-law in Rock Island had passed away earlier this year. So, like I mentioned earlier, I would usually call my sister-in-law at least once a week. So I called her a few minutes before 8 o'clock because I could usually reach her at home at that time. And so we talked for 15 or 20 minutes, and then I read the newspaper for maybe 15 to 20 minutes, I don't know. And that would be about right, 15 to 20 on each one. And then I went to the computer room because I was going to send an email to my children about the phone call, because they're very fond of their Aunt Dawn too, and are always asking about her and how she's doing. And so I was at the computer. It was about 8:30 on this Monday, March 19th, and I heard this very insistent rapping at the door, and I wasn't sure, with my poor hearing, even though I have hearing aids, I wasn't sure whether it was my door that was being knocked at or rapped at, or whether it was across the breezeway. I couldn't tell.
So just let me stop you there. So does your door and then would it be 817 is across the hall from you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how
Well,
those numbers go.
Whatever the number is, would it be directly across the hall? Like the doors kind of open up into each other?
Well, if I opened this door, for example, the main door that I used for 816, if I opened the door, it would open, let's see, it would open anywhere, I believe.
You can't ask him
Oh,
any
no,
questions.
no,
It's okay.
no.
It's okay. Your son's sitting next to you, but you can't ask him.
No, I know that's true.
Yeah,
I know that's true.
don't worry about how it
Okay.
opens, but directly
All right,
across
the door opened inward, because I remember when I went to the door, and, you know, they say, before you open the door, ask, who is it? Well, if it's one of my neighbors, they're probably as deaf as I am, and I would never know who was at the door.
Okay.
So anyway, the door was opening inward, and my eyes were just fixated on these green rubber gloves that I saw. And I knew instantly when I saw those two green rubber gloves, number one, I should not have opened the door. Number two, my life was in grave danger. I tried to push the door shut, in excess in pushing the door shut.
Okay.
So he was inside in my apartment, and he said, "Don't fight me, lie on the bed." So I did as he said, because I knew I could not overpower him physically. And of course, as soon as I lay down on the bed, he told me to lie down on the bed. Anyway, he just smashed a pillow down hard over my face and my chest, and I just couldn't breathe. And I tried to move this left hand under the pillow to get to my medical alert button. I'm not wearing it here because it doesn't work more than 700 or 800 feet from the monitor. Anyway, it was totally impossible for me to even, the pillow was slammed down so hard over my head and my chest that there was no way I could even move my hand toward the medical alert button. So anyway, after, I don't know, 3 minutes or however long, it seemed longer than that, of course, that he was just using all his weight to keep me from breathing at all, I passed out. And as soon as I lost consciousness, he took my...
Hold on, let me slow you down.
Okay, all right.
Let me slow you down, okay? Because I need to break this up a tad, okay? So you heard a knocking on the door, and you went and you opened the door, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you have to unlock the door to open the door?
Yes,
Do you normally keep your door locked?
yes.
When you opened the door, could you see the individual on the outside? Did you see his face? Did you ever look at his face?
I was fixated by the green rubber gloves.
Okay, so you never did get a look at his face.
No, I did not.
Would you be able to tell what race he was, or how tall he was, or how much he weighed?
The short answer is no.
When you came to the door, you fixated on the hands and the rubber gloves. Is that right?
That's correct.
When he came in, he said to you, "Don't fight me," and get or lay on the bed. Is that right?
Lie on the bed.
Could you detect an accent to his voice at that time in any way, shape, or form?
Well, no, I have to say no because
You did, that's fine. Then, did you walk to your bed? Did he pull you to your bed, or did you just do exactly what you said?
I walked in to the bed and I put my head down on the bed on my body, and then he slammed the pillow down hard.
And the pillow that he used, he got off of your bed, is that right?
That's correct.
How many pillows do you think were on your bed at the time?
2.
Do you know which pillow he used that was on your bed?
Yes, he used the one that I normally slept on.
All right. And was there a pillowcase on that pillow?
Oh, yes.
Now, after he puts the pillow on your face, did you struggle with him at all?
No, because, well, I mentioned how I,
You try to get to your call button.
and the pillow was smashed down so hard I couldn't even get my hand underneath it.
Okay. That call button, if you were to hit it, what happens to that? Where does that call go to?
It goes to the call center, and they immediately, you know, there's this loud, I didn't set it off, but this is the way it works. There's this loud squawking noise in the apartment, which just, you couldn't miss it no matter how deaf you were. Emergency, emergency, emergency.
Does it call someone at Preston Place, or is it an outside contractor that it calls?
I think it probably calls the closest fire station with EMTs.
The next thing that happened after he puts the pillow over your face, you try to press the button, is that you know that you passed out. Or went
I
unconscious.
lost consciousness.
What is the next thing that you remember happening after that time?
All right. I came to when I was on a gurney with the EMTs outside my bedroom in my dining room area.
Okay.
And I said to the EMTs, could you please take me to Med Center of Plano? And they already had the information from my refrigerator, and they said yes.
Were any of your friends at your apartment at that point in time?
Yes, Jackie Midkiff, who lives in my building, 8, and she and I would walk to exercise, aerobic exercises in the veranda 6 days a week.
Was there anybody else, any of your other friends in your apartment?
Yes, Betty Brady, who lived across, she lived in the same corridor. She came by to go to exercise too, and Jackie had already, she tried the door when she was there by herself.
Let me stop you there, because we're not going to go into, because she would have had to have told you that.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
all right,
I don't want to get into what everybody.
All right, I came to, I regained consciousness. I was getting oxygen when I was on the gurney outside my bedroom.
Did they transport you to the hospital you wanted to go to?
Yes, and may I add, there was also another friend,
Okay, who was that?
my registered nurse friend, Barbara Quarry. It's Quarry. She and Jackie and Betty Brady were the 3 people that I saw in my apartment when I regained consciousness.
Okay. And you were transported to the hospital through the ambulance?
That's correct.
Did any of your friends ride with you in the ambulance? Or was it just the paramedics?
No, they did not. I don't think that's allowed.
Okay, so when you get to the hospital, at some point in time, your son, John, is called. Is that right, or how does that happen?
I think they called him while I was still in my apartment.
Okay, did they use your phone to do that?
I think they used my cell phone.
Okay. At that time, where was John?
He was at the Denver airport on his way to my sister-in-law's funeral in Idaho.
Okay. at some point in time, when you get to the hospital, do your other sons show up at the hospital?
Yes, they were there, Rick and Tom. They were there, I think about as soon as I got there.
Okay. At some point in time, do you talk to the police officers at the hospital?
Yes.
Now, was there some question, did the police initially not think that you may not have been attacked like you were? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember exactly.
All right, and but you were able to convince them that it really was an attack?
Actually, this was after the examination, and I mean, to answer your question, I almost have to tell something that was told to me by my oldest son, Rick.
Okay. Well, let's do this. When you came to, did you notice on your hands, or did someone notice on your hands that you were missing some jewelry?
Well, I noticed it.
All right. What were you missing on your hands?
I was missing my engagement ring and my wedding ring.
All right, so you're pointing to your left hand at this point in time. You
Yes.
had a wedding band. Was it a gold wedding band?
Yes,
And then a engagement ring, and it had a diamond
yes,
on your left hand ring finger.
yes, that's correct.
Did you normally wear a ring on your right hand?
Yes, my husband gave me a diamond ring about 50 years previously, and I always wore that on my right hand.
And it was a unique looking ring, is that right?
Yes, yes,
It had a stone in the middle, and then maybe 3 smaller stones on either side,
that's correct.
and a kind of a little design pattern to either side.
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew those were gone at the
Yes.
hospital. Did you know of anything else that was missing from your apartment at the hospital? You didn't know what was missing there at that time?
I don't think I realized the other 4 pieces of jewelry that were missing while I was on my way to the emergency room.
Okay. When you got back to your apartment, at some point in time you were allowed back to your apartment, is that right?
Yes, not the first 2 days, it was a crime scene.
Okay. When you got back in there, did you look around and notice that there are some other pieces of jewelry that are missing?
Yes, there were 4 that were missing.
What did those generally look like?
Well, one was a gold locket from the Vatican Library. It opened in it, and my son Tom and his wife gave me that 1 year after my husband passed away. It had my husband's picture in it. And then there were, let's see, there were 2 other gold locket or gold crucifixes that were missing from the jewelry box that was on top of the dresser at the foot of my bed. And there was also a silver-plated Swarovski bracelet missing from the box that was there on at the foot of my bed.
On top of the dresser that was there.
That's correct.
Now, you have, at some point in time, were you given a pacemaker in your heart?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay, tell me about that. When did you get a pacemaker?
I had a non-functioning right kidney removed, and I can't remember whether it was 2013. It must have been 2014. I know my husband was still alive. 2014, and I I had the surgery in the afternoon, and that evening, my heart was only beating 5 times per minute.
Okay. So they decided to do something about that.
Yes, yeah, they called the superintendent of the hospital 2 o'clock in the morning, having
Okay.
what they thought he would do,
Okay. So after that, you had a pacemaker that helps you to regulate your heartbeat. Is that right?
but correct.
Now, in your apartment, there are 4 doors that lead to the outside.
That's correct.
There are 2 doors that would have been the front doors of the 2 apartments that were put
original
together.
apartments.
And then there are 2 patio doors that lead
That's
to the outside.
correct.
Do you normally use that, the door that the man came in, is that your normal door that you would use to go in and out?
Yes, it is.
Do you ever use the other front door?
Well, the one that opens off my dining room area, I have a rose bush out there that I water every day or 2.
I'm talking about the original front doors, okay?
Oh,
Do you ever use the original? I know you used the one front door the man came in.
but I don't use the other one.
You don't ever use that other one?
No.
Okay, that stays locked and that, you don't
That's
go in
correct.
that.
That's correct.
Now, there are 2 patio doors.
Yes,
One off of your, basically off the living room area, and one off of what would be the dining room area.
correct.
Do you go out those doors?
Well, I was trying to explain, but I didn't explain it very well, I guess. I did have 2 blooming rose bushes on each patio, but the one off my living room, winter killed, frostbite or whatever.
Okay. So that patio door, would you normally keep both of those patio doors locked?
To the best of my knowledge, they would always be locked.
And when you're in your apartment, normally, when you walk in your door, do you normally lock your front door?
Oh, yes, immediately.
So you would always keep those doors locked,
Yeah.
all exterior doors?
That's my intention.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures, okay?
All right, all right.
Now, what I've done is marked all of these with a sticker, okay, on the bottom and a number, and that's the way we're going to have to be able to refer to them. I've got your name underneath each one of the numbers, okay? So first I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1 for Bartel. Does this, what are we looking at when we look at this?
Well, we're looking at the Preston Place retirement community and the layout of the buildings
So it's on the corner of Preston Road and Old Church?
Shepherd Place.
All right. And we see a number of buildings. Is this, how many apartments are there in this?
224.
Now, do you hold, which building is your building?
Well, mine is building 8.
You can go ahead and circle it on State's Exhibit number 1.
This is rather,
So if you have Old Shepherd up here and the pool is here, is your area down in there?
let's see. Come in, I go that way. Go this way. Okay, so this is,
If you don't know, that's fine.
This should be my building here, I guess.
Well, if you don't, I don't want you to guess, so don't mark it if you're guessing. If it's not that building, that's fine. Okay, well, you can go ahead and circle the one you think it is, that's fine. Now, let me ask you this, are you about to circle this one on the bottom right? Is there any greenery around your building, like grass?
Yeah, there's grass.
Okay, this building here doesn't have any grass around it.
Well, there's a sidewalk in front, and then there's some grass. This is surprising because there's a parking lot in front of my place.
And then there's a parking lot in the front, and then is there a kind of an open grass green area behind it?
That's back,
Okay, because this building over here has a parking lot in the front and a green area in the back. But if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not sure from the looks of this
Okay.
diagram.
Okay, let's just move on, okay? So here's State's Exhibit number 2. Is this a layout of your apartment?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And the door that, in which one of these bedrooms on State's Exhibit number 2 would be the bedroom that you normally slept in?
This one.
Okay, so the one in the top left-hand corner of the dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says back here, because we got this off the internet, is that the door that you would normally use?
Yes.
The one that says back?
Yes, that's one I would normally use.
And is that the one the man came in?
Yes, it is.
And then over on the other side, you see it says front, but that's the door you would normally keep locked.
That's correct.
Now we have a living room and a dining room.
Yes.
The living room, the patio and balcony, is that the patio and balcony where you said the rose bush died?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the other side of that patio and balcony out there, does that kind of open up into a green
Grass
space?
area.
Okay, and there is a walkway out there, is that right?
Directly behind, yes, there is a sidewalk.
Okay. Going back to your front door,
Mm-hmm.
where is the parking lot from your front door on this diagram? Would it be?
Actually, it's out here, because if I look out my bedroom window, it's right there, or if I look out here, I can see the parking lot.
Okay, so if you went out of the dining room door, out in the patio balcony,
Mhm.
you would be out into the parking lot area out there, is that right?
Yes, it's not a balcony, but I mark through
You
here.
can mark through it if you'd like to.
Because I'm on
It's
the
just a
first
patio.
floor.
It's just a patio. Okay. All right, there's no balcony on that side either.
No,
So good, mark through
same
that.
thing.
Okay. All right, so outside the patio, you would look out and that would be a parking lot outside the patio connected to the dining room.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3 for Bartel. And this is your building, is that right? Building 8.
Yes, it is.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 4 for Bartel, is this that front door that we've been talking about?
Yes, that's the front door that I use.
That you would go in and out of, and that's the same front door that the man came into.
That's correct.
And if we look at State's Exhibit number 5 for Bartel, it's just a close-up that just shows the number of your apartment door.
Yes, that's correct also.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 6 for Bartel is this. When we step inside your front door, is this what we see as far as the dining room side of your
Yes, it
apartment?
is.
Okay. And you had mentioned about reading a newspaper
Mhm.
that morning, and we see on the
Mhm.
table a newspaper. Is that the
Yes.
newspaper we're talking about?
That's the one.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 7, we're a little bit further into that room, and we can now see a hallway and what looks like maybe a walker underneath a crucifix.
That's correct.
And is that, if we were to go up there and around by that walker, would that enter into your bedroom?
Yes, just behind this wall.
behind the wall that has a picture of the sailboats.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 8, are we now kind of looking in a clockwise fashion around your apartment?
Yes.
And we can still see the walker with the crucifix, but now we're looking over. Is this door that's open, is that a restroom? Would that look
Yes,
correct?
the bathroom.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 9 for Bartel. We're still looking to the right around your apartment, is that right?
Yes, and this is, my kitchen is back behind this granite counter.
Okay, we can see a granite countertop, there might be some keys and maybe a coffee maker
That's
there.
correct.
That, behind that wall there where there's some, no, that's the door, but behind that door is the kitchen area.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if this door were
Closed, you would be able to see it a little bit better.
Yes,
And then further down in is getting into your living room to the left of the kitchen.
yes, that's right.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 10, now we can see your kitchen area as
Yes.
you come further around.
Mhm.
Is that right? We can still see that coffee maker
Yes.
there and the same set of keys that are on the
Yes, that's correct.
countertop. Now, if we moved in a little bit further, we would now see the full scope of your living room. Is that
Mhm.
correct? And then
Yes.
we're looking at State's Exhibit number 11 for Bartel.
All right.
And out that door there is the bush that we were talking about, and I'm showing the door that's in the middle of the room. That's where that dead rose bush would be.
Yes, it was right there.
Okay. And when you said right there, you're pointing out that window that's the blinds are open on. Is that correct?
In this particular picture, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 12, we keep looking now, going in that clockwise fashion, and we can see the door that you don't use. It would have been the front door to the other apartment.
Yes,
All right. And you have a TV and another sitting chair in there. Is that right?
yes. Mhm.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit number 13, Bartel, is this the room with,
The
that's
computer room.
the computer room? And if we look back on State's Exhibit number 2 for Bartel, where that's what is called on this, the little den, the den. Is that right?
Well, I call it computer room, but
Okay.
it's the same.
Well, because they have den written on here, that's the room we're talking about on
That's
State's
correct.
Exhibit number 2.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were talking about going in to write an email, that's where you would have been.
Yes,
is in
this
there.
is a chair in front of the computer.
Okay, and you were pointing to it's kind of off the side of the picture there, but
Yes.
that's a computer chair or whatever.
Yes,
to those
yes.
two. Now, going back, if we look at State's Exhibit number 14 for Bartel, is this showing your bedroom that you slept in?
Yes, it is.
So right to the right of this picture, we would, if we had backed up, we'd see that walker and the crucifix.
Outside the
room.
door of my bedroom, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 15 for Bartel. Now we're standing inside your room and we're seeing the kind of the side of your bed. Is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
And State's Exhibit number 16 for Bartel. Now we're seeing the foot of your bed and the dresser you had mentioned earlier.
That's correct.
And you actually have 2 dressers
Mhm.
there, one with a mirror and one without. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 17 for Bartel, we're now looking at that, a little close-up now of the dresser with the mirror.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 18 for Bartel, this is the other dresser that does not have the mirror in the corner.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
State's Exhibit number 19 for Bartel, it's the other side of your bed. So if we're looking at your bed, this is the left side of the bed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm curious about this drawer that's open here at the bottom of this dresser, or this, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
Actually, don't tell my attacker, but that's a jewelry chest.
It is? That whole thing is a jewelry chest? Okay. Was this drawer open, do you think, that day? Did you have
well-
left that open?
I doubt it, but,
You don't know for sure?
that wouldn't be my normal pattern,
Okay.
because usually the things I wore for every day were just either on that, these side doors would open up, and those would normally be the things I would just wear for every day, pieces of jewelry hanging in there.
Okay, so I'm perfectly clear on this. We're talking about the white, it looks like a small dresser. Are these all drawers that go up and, do they all open up?
Actually, it's
It's a jewelry chest, okay, what do you call it, a jewelry chest? Do these drawers open and pull out? Are those separate drawers, each one of
let's see, there may be, I think the top one, I don't think it pulls out because this box on top, you know, if you take that out, then this is a lid that
Okay.
opens up.
All right, that's what I was gonna ask you about, because you're talking about doors opening. So the lid can open up, which would make that top drawer actually stationary,
Yes,
and then there's items in there. Do these side doors to?
they
to this-
swing
They
open.
swing open, so you have other items inside there.
Mhm.
And then we're looking at State's Exhibit number 19 for parts.
Yes. Mhm.
But these other, apart from the top one, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it seems like some of those might open up as drawers,
They all do,
They all do.
except for the top one.
except for the top, okay. And your normal practice is not to leave that bottom one open?
No, I wouldn't have it open because, unless I was going to some very special event where I kept my more expensive jewelry there.
Did you notice anything missing from any of, from this?
No, I
Jewelry
don't
chest.
really think anything is missing from there.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 20 for Bartel, this is just more of your room, the other side of your bed.
Yes, yes.
State's Exhibit number 21 for Bartel, we're back on the dresser that has the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And this is the top of that dresser, is that right?
yes.
Now, it looks like this black box that's on top of this dresser, is that a jewelry box?
Yes, it is.
And it seems like there's other bits of jewelry that are kind of scattered around the top of the dresser.
Yes, that's true. And this is the one that had the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet in it.
And when you're pointing at this one, you're meaning the black box that has the red ribbon on it.
Yes.
Now, before this day, were these boxes out and open like this and jewelry moved around?
Yes, they were.
Okay. You kept that, that's the normal look for
I'm
that kind of
afraid
thing?
so.
Okay, all right. State's Exhibit number 22 for Bartel. There again, there's other items that look like jewelry there that were not taken, is that right? Because they're still there.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you had mentioned there were there were some crucifixes and there was a locket, chains or things. Were they from this area that they were taken?
Well, the two gold crucifixes were in this jewelry chest here.
Okay, I'm going to bring you back to State's Exhibit number 21. You're talking about it looks black in this picture. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, it's pretty much black.
Okay, so this black box, you're saying two of the crucifixes came from that black box?
Yes.
Okay, and then where were the other?
The other one, I think, was just laying in this box,
Okay.
separate. I mean, it wasn't in a container, separate container.
And you're talking about on State's Exhibit number 21 for Bartel, inside the green-looking kind of box that has another silver item,
Yes.
necklace kind of item in there. You're saying one was in there. Where was the locket?
Oh, it was probably just right about there.
Also in that green box as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the two crucifixes were in this box.
We're in the black box that's
Yes, yes.
adjacent to the green box. Okay. Now, if we opened up that black box, here's State's Exhibit number 23 for Bartel. That's what the interior of that black box looks like.
Yes, and this is where the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet was in this empty box.
Okay, so now we've opened up the black box with the red ribbon on it, and you can see that it is empty in State's Exhibit
Yes,
number 23.
right.
And then in State's Exhibit number 23, the big black box is open as well.
Jewelry box.
And there are two things
Yeah,
missing out of there.
there were 2 gold crucifixes in this bottom left
Okay,
space.
okay, so there's a bottom left space on this that's empty, and there was 2 gold crucifixes in there.
That's correct. And then the third one, the locket, was in this box, as we mentioned earlier.
Okay, are you pointing to the light green box or the darker green box?
It was just laying there in the light green box.
Okay. Statement number 24 is just another picture of and you can see there, you've got a picture of you guys on what looks like maybe an elephant.
Riding
From one of
an
your-
elephant in India.
from one of your
Yes,
travels, okay?
that's correct.
State's Exhibit number 25 for Bartel. Is this the white box that's the top of the white box?
Let's see.
The white jewelry chest? Does it have a mirror on the top, or is this a different box?
Maybe this is for people who have more jewelry than they need. Um,
So if we look at this box here, and you see how this, if I was looking at it, I would think that this is the top part of your white box opened
yeah,
up.
I think
Is that,
This,
if you,
this red box on top.
right, so if we took the red box, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 19. If we took the red box off and we opened that lid, this is what we would be looking down into on State's Exhibit number 25. Is that right?
I think so. I think it's in the red box.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 26, this is your, the bed,
Mhm.
and you have a giraffe, stuffed giraffe on there.
Friend gave me that.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 27 for Bartel, they've numbered this. Do you remember if any of these pillows were the pillows that might have been used?
Oh, sure. Well, there was one just like that was put over my head, yes. Well, now that shows, that's without, I don't know just when that was taken.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 15 for Bartel. This shows your bed, and it shows there's a pillow back there that doesn't have a pillowcase on it. Do you remember washing a pillowcase before this?
I always did my laundry on Monday morning.
Okay, this is a Monday morning. Do you think you would have taken your pillowcase off of that?
Yes.
But would it be your normal, is that the only pillow that you use, and so you don't wash
Well,
the other pillow?
Depending on whether the laundry was dry by the time I came back from exercise. If it wasn't dry yet, I would move this pillow over and try to get in a short nap before activities that afternoon.
Okay, so do you know which pillow was actually used on you, or you just know it's one of these pillows?
Oh, well, I'm pretty certain that it had a pillowcase on it,
Okay.
so it was probably one like that.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 28 for Bartel. And what this is showing is that door that's going out to the rose bush that didn't make it through the winter. Okay? And it's just showing that when the police were there, the door was unlocked at the time, which is unusual for the way you run your house.
That would surprise me.
Okay. State's Exhibit 29 for Bartel. This is standing on your patio looking out, and that rose bush should be right to the left of the photographer.
That's correct.
And then if you went a little bit further out and maybe stood on just past the bushes there, is this what else you would see in that back area on
That's-
State's Exhibit
Yes,
30?
yes, you're right.
All right, now we get to the hospital, and I'm gonna,
Emergency room.
at State's Exhibit number 31 for Bartel, do you recognize who's in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
That's a picture of me in the emergency room.
All right, and there's a green, what would you call this?
Oh,
Smock or
that's
whatever.
one of those lovely ones they put on you when you.
That's a hospital gown, is
Yes,
that right?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And, because they were having to work on you, to get you there, so that's the gown that they gave you.
Oh, once I got to the emergency room, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 32 for Martell. Is that a close-up of your face?
Yes, it shows how my nose was all smashed and how on my right cheek, the effects of having all that pressure on there, and I don't know that's gone away yet because it takes quite a while to heal.
So it's kind of a red, it looks sort of like a light abrasion, but it's a discoloration to your face that you didn't have prior to this.
That's correct.
Your face looks more like it does on the left-hand side
Yes,
prior to
yes.
that. Okay.
In case you wondered, my dermatologist said those are wisdom spots.
I have a lot of them myself. Yes.
Okay, we're
Yeah. Not as many, maybe.
again.
Yes. State's Exhibit number 33, is this a close-up of your chin, also showing, and your cheek, showing some of those red marks?
Yes,
Okay. State's Exhibit number 34, this is the right side of your face, a little bit closer up, showing those marks, is that right?
that's correct.
And then they focused in on your nose on State's Exhibit number 35,
That's
and the cheeks.
the deep bruise there.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 36, someone is pulling back your eyes to show your eyeballs, right? Those are your eyeballs.
I would say so.
All right. Station number 37 for Bartel. There it's focusing on your left eyeball.
I
And
think
then,
they did do you didn't ask me about an MRI.
okay, State's Exhibit number 38 for Bartel. Now you're pulling down the lower parts of your eyes to show the under parts of the eyeballs. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then they're showing in State's Exhibit number 39, this is your eyes more closed, but showing the inside of the eyelids, at least of your left eyelid. Correct?
lovely. Yes.
Okay. These aren't the most flattering of pictures, I would admit, but nonetheless, they were taken, which is what you get through.
I was the person they were photographing.
State's Exhibit number 40, your eyes again, correct?
Yes,
Now, State's Exhibit number 41 shows to be taken a couple of days later, maybe, but we can still see those abrasions on your face. Is that right? The red marks.
nose and my right
Nose.
cheek.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 42 for Bartel, they've kind of focused in a little bit closer. Is that correct?
Yes,
Station number 43 for Bartel, we're back at the hospital from this day, and that's your left hand. Is that right?
yes, it is.
And it's missing its ring that was originally on there. Is that right?
The engagement ring and the wedding
And the
ring.
wedding ring. In State's Exhibit number 44 for Bartel, there is you're missing your right ring finger.
The diamond ring that I wore for 50 years after my husband gave it to me.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 45 for Bartel. And is this a picture of your hand that had that unique ring that you had?
Yes, that I wore on my right hand.
And you or your family provided this to the Plano Police Department as an
Yes.
example of what that ring looked like.
Yes, that's my understanding.
At some point in time, were you shown State's Exhibit, a picture similar to State's Exhibit number 46?
And I said, that is my ring, my diamond ring that my husband gave me 50 years ago.
And on this picture, that is not your finger, though, that ring is on?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 47, do you remember the Plano Police Department having you come down and identify some pictures?
Yes,
And inside this packet, is that what this packet is? It's shown that their version of that same State's Exhibit number
Yes.
46.
Mhm.
And did you initial that was your ring?
yes, I did.
And that's on the second page. On the third page, they show it to you again. And there is that same picture, and you're able to initial that. And this is on
Yes.
April 2nd of 2008.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is the picture that I guess they had maybe emailed it to you, and you were able to see it, and someone had reported back, Tom, I guess, Martell reported back that yes, that's the ring from her right hand.
Yes.
And then you initialed that as well in that
Yes.
same day.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also had gotten a portion of your phone activity from
Yes.
that morning. And it's
Mhm.
showing that at 7:50, that's your call to Dawn Bartel,
Yes.
your
Mhm.
sister-in-law.
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 48. Is this another picture provided by you or your family that shows your wedding ring and your engagement ring?
Yes, it is.
All right. State's Exhibit number 49, Bartel. It's just a different view, but just capturing your wedding ring and your engagement ring.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 50 for Bartel. Was there a solitaire missing at some point in time? Do you know anything about a solitaire diamond missing?
Well, well, this is, that's the locket.
Okay,
This
we're
is-
talking, well, let's jump to State's Exhibit number 53 for Bartel. Is this the locket that you're missing that would have had your husband's?
Yeah, when you opened it up,
It would have your husband's picture.
Mhm.
Okay. And State's number 52, is this a picture off the internet or someplace that your family had found that they said this is what it looks like?
Similar.
Similar to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, actually, it's very much similar, isn't
yeah, very similar. But this picture is a picture of you in a turtleneck wearing this
it?
locket.
Yes.
If we go back to State's Exhibit number 51, you see the chain is the same chain off the same deal, but do you remember anything about a solitaire diamond being missing and giving appraisal of it? If you don't, that's
I
fine.
don't recall that,
Okay, okay,
that I have that missing.
okay, so that was it. So Stacy number 50 and Stacy number 51, you don't remember that, or you don't identify with that?
Well, like you said, the chain was similar.
Okay, and it's fine. But Stacy number 52 and 53, you do remember having that and not being able to find that out?
Oh, yes, definitely, that's the one I mentioned that was missing.
Okay. Look at Stacy's exhibit number 55. Does that look like one of the gold?
This looks more like the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet.
Okay, it had a crucifix on it?
Yes, it did, and this, of course, would tighten up, you know, for the rest.
Okay. That's Stacy's exhibit number 55. Stacy's number 54 for Bartel?
That would be similar to one of the gold crucifix
So these are just pictures that that someone in your family or you have found on the internet and gave to the police and said, if you find something like this, this is the types of things I'm missing.
Well, that looks very familiar, like the Swarovski,
Okay?
silver-plated bracelet.
Okay.
That looks accurate.
And this is just a representation of one of the kind of crosses.
It was similar.
Okay. What about station number 56? Is that also one that looks similar to the one that you are missing?
No.
Okay. 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 At this point in time, we'll offer states exhibit number 1 through 56 for purposes of this hearing. Now, when you're at the hospital, the police come and talk to you, is that right? And the detectives are getting your information. Do you remember them asking you about some money that you thought might be missing at the time?
Well, I was told that the apartment would be a crime scene for at least 2 days, and none of my family would have access to the apartment. And I said I was concerned because I had just been to the bank a day or two before and gotten some money that was in my purse on the floor in my bedroom.
And was there some question about how much money it was, right? They were asking you how much?
Yes, there was. And actually, the policeman was talking to my sons Rick and Tom outside the hospital room. And the policeman said, I'll go in and ask your mother how much money she got. And I know I'm only supposed to report what I heard, but story sort of loses its emphasis unless you know that the policeman said to my 2 sons, well, you know, these elderly people, when someone dies, they just go in their apartment and take all their jewelry and start wearing it.
The other people who live in the apartment, they were thinking that maybe this wasn't, that you were just losing this because other people are taking it from you.
Yeah.
But, so he was going to test your memory of whether or not you were with it. Is that
Yes,
right?
the policeman said to my, not John, he was on his way to Idaho, my other 2 sons that, he said, I'd like to talk to your mother and see what money she got at the bank. And I said, when he came in and asked me, I said, well, I had 5 or 6 $20 bills, 1 10, 8 5s, and 35 $1 bills. And he said to me, can you add that up? I said, well, yes, I can add it up, but my head isn't working the best right now. And anyway, after he talked to me, he said in the emergency room, I heard him say, I'm calling homicide right now.
Because he was convinced of that you were with it enough to tell your story.
Yes, he didn't think I had just made up my story.
Okay. Okay. I'll pass it.
All right, can we pause right there, Mr.?
Do you need a break or anything before we we go along or you go?
All right. So, great question, as you heard on the video. Here's a good time for a break. So, we will go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time, ladies and gentlemen. If you would, it is 3:35, so if you can be back in the jury room by 3:50, that gives you a good 15-minute stretch break, and then we will start up when you're done with your break.
All rise.
back on the record in cause number F1875401. And where we left off was the state of Texas was still paying State's Exhibit number 61, the deposition of Ms. Bartel. At this time, we can resume the video.
So,
Water?
that'd be nice. Thank you. That's good, thanks.
How are you doing, Bartel?
How am I doing?
Okay.
A whole lot better before I broke my leg.
I mean, I know we're reliving some bad memories today, but you're okay? You know, if you need a break, let us know.
No.
And I'm gonna ask you some questions, and you may not know the answer. If you don't know, just say you don't know. And some of the things I'm asking about is because I don't know. I wasn't there. You were. Matter of fact, none of us were there. So you're the only person that can answer some of these questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. And as the court will probably tell you, I have a tendency to talk too fast. So if I do, just tell me to slow down or start over. And I will.
Well, you know, people with hard of hearing, if you speak slowly, I'm more apt to understand what you are saying,
Okay.
rather than having everything run together.
Well, I will try to do that. And if I don't, just call me out on it, okay?
All right.
I don't have a lot of questions for you. I think that Mr. Bismarck covered most of it, but there's a few things I just wanted to go over with you, okay?
All right.
The fella who did this to you on that day, you'd never seen him there before that you know of. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And quite honestly, you wouldn't know if you had or not because you didn't identify. You couldn't identify him because you didn't really look at his face that day.
That's correct.
I think you told the police, and you repeated today that once you saw those green gloves, that's kind of what you fixated on.
Yes.
Did you, and I think you told them, the police, when they talked to you in the hospital, that you don't even know what race the fellow was.
No, that didn't bother me either because I know that, you know, when people pick someone out of a lineup, they're wrong more often than they're correct.
Well, I don't disagree, and I'm not trying to indicate that it should bother you. I don't, that's not what I'm getting at. I just mean that as far as description, you weren't able to give skin color, skin tone. I think you gave him a height of about 5'7" or 5'9". I don't remember. You gave him a height. Do you remember that?
Well, that's probably within the range. He wasn't exceptionally tall, that's sure.
And I think you said his build was similar to one of your sons.
No, I never said that. I never said there was any similarity to any of my sons.
Okay. Well, I mean.
Except that they were male.
Okay. Well, I mean, you did, but it's just you were saying he had a normal build, kind of like one of my sons, and then y'all started talking about weight. I mean, I wasn't trying to indicate that either of your sons did anything wrong, but that's.
I understand.
Okay. But that's kind of, as far as a description goes, that's about what you were able to give the police.
Yes.
And honestly, that's all you knew at the time.
Well, I knew I was in bad shape after all that.
And I'm not saying that you weren't. I'm just trying to get some specifics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't envy what you've been through, and I'm not trying to say that it didn't happen. I hope that's not the impression I'm giving. I'm just trying to make sure that we figure out if we have the right person or not. Okay?
All right.
At some point, you said there might have been a mask over his face. Do you remember telling the police that?
I do not remember.
Okay. Well, your memory today is if you told the police that might have been something you were thinking at the time, but it's not something you remember independently today.
No, and I mean, maybe I said it, I don't know, I don't recall.
Okay. But all I'm saying, you don't remember that. You don't think that's the case today as we stand here or sit here.
A mask? No, I don't think so. I doubt it.
Okay. And you didn't notice, I think Mr. Fitzmartin asked this, but you didn't notice any kind of accent or anything about his voice that stood out to you?
No, I was just mainly concerned about whether I could get some help before I died.
Well, and I'm glad you did. I'm just, like I say, I'm just trying to get some specifics, okay?
Mhm.
The person who actually, who came to your house that day and roughed you up and abused you, he made you go to your bed. Were you able to determine whether or not he was actually on the bed with you, or if he was to the side of the bed, or do you have any idea where he was standing or what his position was?
I would guess, I don't know for sure, because my face, my eyes were totally blocked out by the pillow. I would sort of guess that he was also on the bed because the pillow was being slammed down and held down so hard without any let up whatsoever.
Okay. So, I mean, a guess, and your guess would be better than anybody
I'm
else's?
guessing that he was also on the bed, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. At one point, you said he might have been wearing a long sleeve shirt. Do you remember anything about that at this point?
I don't recall, I do not recall.
Oh. I'm kind of backtracking a little bit, but I think you also kind of described him as being well-spoken. What does that mean?
It means he was able to say, "Don't fight me, lie on the bed."
I know he said that, but what I'm saying is, what did you mean by that? Like he sounded educated, or he sounded calm?
No, just that he knew how to speak elderese.
Okay. The rings that were taken off your hands, were you already unconscious or passed out whenever those rings were removed? So you don't know if they were pulled off forcefully or with some?
No, I don't, I was totally unconscious.
Were there any kind of injuries left on your hands from the removal of those rings?
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, they weren't that tight, I mean,
Okay. And like I've got a ring, if I want to get this off, I've got to put lotion on it, but.
no, they would come off without that.
Okay.
'Cause I lost some weight.
Okay. Do you know, aside from the smashing down of the pillow in your face, was there any other injuries that the individual?
You're talking about physical injuries?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I can't imagine what you went through in your mind, but I'm saying, were there any punches, kicks, thrown around, anything like that you can think of?
I guess I'd have to say I don't recollect, but I know I didn't want to stay by myself right away after that.
I don't blame you. I hope that my questions aren't offending you. There's some specifics I'm just
Yeah, I
trying to.
understand.
Okay. I want to show you this picture 19. I know that you and Mr. Fitzmartin were talking about that jewelry chest,
Mhm.
but that drawer, I think what you said is that drawer was not open prior to that morning?
No, I wouldn't have left it open like that.
So is it your belief that whoever attacked you also opened that drawer?
I really could not say.
Okay. But it wasn't you?
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't leave it like that.
And the State's Exhibit 23, I think you'd indicated that the crucifixes were removed from the bottom left, the empty container. Are all those other things over here, is that gold jewelry as well?
Oh, that's just a handle on, this was originally a tea box. And that gold there is just a handle, there's a handle on each side of it.
I know that, but I'm talking about like these things in the middle, that thing in the bag, it appears to be a couple of chains and some things like that.
No, now these are very individualized, no one would want to take anything that was that easy to identify.
Well, that may be the case, but were those gold jewelry as well? Some of those?
No. No, we just took the gold ones there and the gold locket that was there and the Swarovski.
Here's 24, it's kind of another view, it looks like that's what I'm talking about, that jewelry back there in those bags, is that gold or is that just?
Oh, I think those are different awards and so on and so forth, but they're not very big.
Okay, so whoever went through there, I guess, picked out a couple things, but didn't take it all,
Well,
obviously.
didn't want to take things that were, well, I think, I'm not sure what was going on in his head.
And I wasn't asking that, I'm just saying that it appeared that they took some things and not other things.
Well, definitely left some things. It wasn't.
And one more question about this. Some of the chains right here look like they're kind of hanging over the dividers. Did you have it like that, or was it kind of?
I'm afraid so, I did.
Okay. So it wasn't, does it look like someone kind of grabbed it out and threw it back in, or that's just how it looked before?
I don't think those were touched from the way I left them.
Okay. Did you have an impression, and I know you were not conscious for much of this, but do you have an impression or a thought whether or not he went into any of the other rooms or areas of your house that day?
I would be surprised if he did, but I don't really know what happened when I was passed out.
I know, but I mean, nothing was missing from anywhere else other than your room there? Did anything look like it had been gone through, drawers opened? Nothing missing from the bathroom that you know of? Okay. And the time he was in there, how long do you think he was in your apartment before you lost consciousness that day?
I really don't know whether it was altogether 10 minutes or how long
Several minutes?
yeah.
Oh.
I said it might have been 10 minutes from the time he entered. I don't really know how long it takes to make someone unconscious when they're getting no air.
Well, I'm not trying to pin you down to a time. My question comes to this, and the entire time he was in there, which we agreed was several minutes, but probably less than 10. Is that fair?
Well, maybe, I don't really know. I couldn't say for sure how long.
Once he got past the threshold of your door, did he say anything else to you while he was in there?
No, nothing.
So the whole time he didn't mutter anything, he didn't
No.
curse, did you say anything to him that you can remember?
It's very hard to speak when,
I agree, but I mean, I would think if it was me,
no, I said nothing. It was impossible to say anything.
like if someone's hurt me, I'd say like, please stop, something like that, but there was just no conversation that entire time between either one of you.
Not when your face is, mouth, chest, everything's just smashed with a pillow to suffocate you, no.
Yes, ma'am, and while that
I'm not
fellow,
recommending you try it, but you'll find out it doesn't work.
okay. And while the fellow was doing that, he wasn't saying anything to you either, it was just total silence in that apartment. Was that right?
Yes,
Okay.
waiting for me to pass out, I guess. Medical alert button.
There you go. I'm glad one of us knows what I'm trying to say. The medical alert button, does that actually go to a third party place? Is it like a?
If I had been successful and had been able to move my left hand and get it over my medical alert button, that's a big if, because the pillow was down so hard I couldn't even move my hand, my left arm. But when it does go off, like if I had fallen in the apartment or something, it makes the most awful squawking noise. It's just just screams out, emergency, emergency, emergency. And I think that call, I believe, but I'm not positive, that it goes to the nearest fire station.
But it doesn't go to the front desk of this facility, it's a,
No.
it's a okay, that's what I was trying to, it's a service that exists outside of where you
Yes,
live. If you moved
that I
apartment,
paid for.
if you moved apartments, it'd go with you.
Beg your
If
pardon?
you lived in a different place, that service would go with you.
It could, yes.
When you came to, do you know where that pillow was? The pillow that had been pushed down on your face?
I must say that was the least of my concerns, but it was still on the bed, I'm sure.
And when you woke up, was it over your face still, or did someone remove it from your face beforehand? If you don't know, that's...
I'm not positive.
Okay. What's the first thing you do remember when you woke up? Or
When
came
I
to?
woke up,
Mhm.
the first thing I remembered, I was on a gurney outside my bedroom, and the EMTs were giving me oxygen.
So when the ladies got there and they found you unconscious, you never woke up during that time until...
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think I have any more questions for you, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple things, you said that you didn't want to stay by yourself. Who did stay with you after this?
My son John took 3 months of family leave to stay with me.
Okay, to make sure that you were okay to take care of it.
Yes.
What was going through your mind when, from the minute those gloves started coming towards you, what was going through your mind?
Well, as I mentioned, 2 things. Number 1, I should not have opened the door. And number 2, my life was in grave danger.
And those thoughts continued throughout this whole encounter with this man, is that right?
Well, yes, definitely.
What is your height and weight?
My height is 5 feet 3 inches. I would say my weight at that time was about 125.
I think that's all the questions I have for our best witness.
Give him a few seconds if you need to follow up, but I don't think I have any questions. There's a lot of anticipation, but I don't think I have any questions either, so thank you, ma'am.
You're off record at 2:51.
Approach for your judge.
Yes.
Judge, we'll call Richard Klink.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. Your Honor.
Yes, could you please raise your right hand for me? the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat for me.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fitzmartin, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Richard Plank, and it's spelled P as in Peter, L-I-N-C-K.
And Mr. Plank, do you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area?
Yes, I live in Allen, Texas.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention back to March of 2018. Are you familiar with a place called, an apartment complex called Preston Place?
Yes, that's where my mother resided.
Okay. And that's at 5000 Old Shepherd Road?
Correct.
And how old was your mother at the time?
She was 99.
Okay. And did you visit her, how long had she lived at Preston Place?
Since actually 1999.
Okay. And is she still with us today?
No, she passed last year.
Okay. Would you go and visit her there on a pretty regular basis?
Yeah, it would be about 2 to 3 times a week.
And what building did she live in?
She lived in Building 8.
And do you know Mary Bartel?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And she lived in that same building?
She lived in the apartment downstairs from my mother and from my mother's apartment to the left.
Okay. Commissioner Approach?
Yes.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 64. Is that a layout of the Preston Place trying to be?
Okay, I see Building 8, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 64.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 64 will be admitted.
Okay, as we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 64, to the top of the diagram, is that Old Shepherd Place, the street there?
Yes, it is.
And then this other street that it is on the corner of, what would that be?
That would be Preston Road.
All right, and so it looks like there's 2 entrances into this that people would use.
Yeah, there was 2 by the office. There was one to the west of the office, and then there was another one to the right of the office. And I believe the one to Preston Road was closed.
Okay, so to come into this, would you generally come in off of Old
You'd
Shepherd?
have to come in off Old Shepherd and decide which way you were going to go.
All right, and you said your mom was in what building?
She was in Building 8.
Okay, is that right here?
Yes.
All right, and there's as delineated here, a garage, and then is this a parking area right out front?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then back in here, is this kind of a greenery kind of area?
It's a greenery, yes.
All right, and so if you wanted to get into these areas where the apartments are, these little indents, are those kind of the breezeways into where the apartments are?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And did your mom have a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom?
She had a 1-bedroom.
And was it, and you know Mary Bartel had a 2-bedroom?
Yeah, she had like a double apartment, I believe.
Okay, and so if it's a 2-bedroom, would it span both sides of Building 8?
I believe so.
Okay, and your mom just has half of the Building 8 side.
Right, correct.
Which way, if you were to look out a window of your mom's apartment, which way would you look out, to the greenery or to the parking area?
No, I'd be looking to the parking area.
So I want to direct your attention to March 15th, okay? We just heard about March 19th, but on March 15th, did you come and visit your mom that morning?
Yes, I did. I came to visit, well, to actually take her to the doctor.
Okay, so did you pick her up from Building
I
8?
picked her up from Building 8 and it was at 10 a.m.
And where did y'all go?
We went to the doctor and then we went to lunch afterward.
When you were there that morning, did you notice anybody in the parking area?
Yes, I did notice an individual and was parked the car and didn't really have anywhere to go, was just kind of standing around.
All right, so he's outside of his car standing.
Outside of the car, standing around, and I really, at that point, didn't pay too much attention because it didn't seem out of the norm.
And this is a pretty good-sized apartment complex.
Yes, there's people coming in and out.
Okay, and there's some caregivers that come and things like that?
Yes, caregivers, there's therapists and such.
Family members coming to visit
Yes,
such as?
correct.
Okay. And so, you take your mom to her doctor's appointment, you take her to lunch, and then, where do you go after that?
Then after that, we returned to Preston Place, and it was about 12:30.
And did you notice the same man was there?
I noticed the same man, the car was in the same position, the same man just standing around, nowhere specific to go. And that then did get me suspicious.
All right, and do you remember how he was dressed?
I would say business casual. He wasn't dressed like a maintenance person or anything, and I don't believe had a tie, but dressed very well, so didn't appear out of place.
Okay. So when you, what did you do, so where did you go with your mom?
Okay, so at that point, we got out of the car, she had a walker, I took her with her walker, we went to the elevator, because she could no longer go up the stairs. We went into her apartment, and then at that point, because I had my suspicions, I then looked out from her apartment and looked towards the car.
And what did you
And I
see?
saw the car move over to the next building, and I believe that would have been Building 9. That was Building 9.
Okay, and so the individual's gotten back into his car and has moved his car just up to Building 9, which is just,
Yeah, it's a very short distance.
all right, and
And he did not get out of the car.
he just parked.
That further, yeah, parked and stayed in the car, and that really got my suspicion even more.
Okay, and so what did you do at that time?
So at that point, I decided I was gonna get the make, model, and color and license of the vehicle. So I got Mom settled, and then I went to leave, and this was about from the time I got her into the apartment to the time we left, maybe about 10 minutes. So then I did that, I approached the vehicle, and I knew I couldn't get everything at one point, so I approached the vehicle and got the make, model, and color, and noted that in my mind, and I approached the individual and asked him a question, after that, I went back to my car, and then drove out, passing the car, passing building number 9, and noted the license number, and then I pulled around and pulled out of sight from Building 9 and started entering the phone number, rather the license number into my phone. At which point, the individual drove past me in a car, as appearing to leave, and with some direction. In other words, not just idling, but with direction of wanting to leave, or at least appearing to leave.
Do you remember what type of a car it was?
It was a Nissan Sentra.
A Nissan
Rather
Sentra?
Sentra and Altima. It was a silver Nissan Altima.
Okay, and then did you notice a license plate?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall that license, what the license?
I would
plate
have, I still have it in my phone, I would have to look there, but I don't remember. It was a Texas plate.
was? Okay, all right. Do you remember permission to approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you, did you give a statement to the Plano Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, don't read it out, but do you see that you gave a license plate?
Yes.
At that time? Okay, do you remember the license plate?
Yes, I do remember, and that is my writing.
Okay, and what was the license plate that you gave at that time?
KGM 520.
520?
1520.
1520.
KGM 1520.
This is about 4 years ago, is that right?
Yeah, that was in 20, yeah, it would be 4 years, a little bit over 4 years ago.
Okay, all right. Okay, and so, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 62 and 63. Is that the car that you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 62 through 63 will be admitted.
So State's Exhibit 62, that's the back end of this Nissan Altima with that license plate KGM 1520. Is that right?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 63, is that the side angle of it, that same vehicle?
Yes.
And when you went up to approach the individual, let me ask you this, do you see the individual in the courtroom here today? Do you recognize anybody in here that's the same?
A general description I would, but I couldn't say that the individual, I would recognize anyone that would actually be that individual.
Okay, generally, what did the individual look like?
The individual was a medium-build African-American male.
Okay. And when you went up to speak to the individual, was he inside the car or outside the
He
car?
was inside the car.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him if I could be of assistance,
And what did he say?
and he said, and I believe he said something to the effect, "Oh, I'm here to see my father," or something like that.
He didn't need your assistance.
No.
I'll pass witness.
All right, Mr. Hayes or Mr. Warren?
Good afternoon, Mr. Plank, how are you?
I'm great, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I have just a few questions for you.
Okay,
And I wasn't there, so whenever I ask questions, it's for information.
sure.
I know it's been a while, but just in all honesty, you didn't remember the name of that license plate until you read it off that document that Mr. Fitzmartin just showed you.
That's true.
And I don't blame him, but I mean, it's not like you had an independent memory of it.
Right, right.
And the fella that you talked to out there, you gave the best description you could, but all you could say is medium build African American.
Correct,
Nothing
yes.
else stood out about it.
That was it, and dressed business casual.
Okay. Do you remember short sleeve, long sleeve, or?
I really don't.
Okay. That's not a gotcha question. I'm just
No,
curious.
I understand.
Okay. You pulled up there to take your mom to the doctor. This vehicle was there, and he was standing near the vehicle?
Yes, he was standing in front of it. And I mean on the walkway, not in the parking lot, but on the walkway.
Was he looking at something or just standing there?
But just kind of standing, where nowhere particular to go. So just, if you would say a term would be like loitering or something,
Nowadays, it seems like if you look at someone who's been standing still for more than 10 or 15 seconds, they're looking at their phone.
I don't recall looking at the phone.
Okay, so he was just standing there.
Yes,
You took your mom to the doctor,
yes,
went to lunch, came back.
yes.
How much time had elapsed in that period of time?
2.5 hours,
So you're gone for about 2.5 hours,
correct.
and you get back and you see the same thing.
Exact same thing, yes. Same, appears to be the same individual, and the car's same spot, standing there with nowhere really go, no clear direction.
Is it your belief he'd just been standing on that sidewalk for 2.5 hours?
Well, that's what I have to kind of go by. I mean, I really don't know because I wasn't there all 2.5 hours.
Okay.
But that's what did pique my suspicion.
Well, I think that would pique anybody's suspicion.
Yeah,
You'd never seen that vehicle there before,
no,
never saw it since,
no,
never saw that individual there before,
no,
and you're there 2 or 3 times a week.
yes.
It just, you don't know if he's been standing there for 2.5 hours or if he left and came back.
That is a true statement.
I guess if he did come back, he had the same parking spot then.
Well, yes, that much or so. I know what I saw at 10 and at the same at 12:30.
Okay. When you went and approached him, was he polite to you?
Pardon?
When you went and approached him, was he polite to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just had like a couple word conversation.
But nothing about that exchange stands out other than what you've already mentioned?
No, nothing stands out.
Nothing in his hands or anything like that?
No.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Plank, for coming down. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you very
Thank you for
much.
the information.
Mr. Plank, when you had this information, you put it down on your phone, what did you do with that information that day or shortly thereafter?
I reported it to the office,
Okay.
to the individuals at the office, and they indicate they would supply it to the Plano police.
So it stood out enough to you to where you didn't want to just record this for your own information. This was odd enough for you to actually call the office to let them know about this individual that was acting odd to you.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. And in that area where he was at, those aren't assigned spots for the different apartments or anything like that.
Right, no, they're
Apartments.
first come, first served. They're open to visitors or residents.
I'll pass it with this.
Anything further, Mr. Hayes?
And just,
Okay,
if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
that's fine, that's fine.
Nothing further, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Blink, real quick, this number, just want to show you, you looked at State's Exhibit number 63, and you've seen, that's that same, a small version of that.
Right.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 315. You're familiar with 5,000 Chevy, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Is that right? And that's when you saw that car there on March 15th.
Correct.
I'll pass those.
Mr. Hayes, any more questions?
No?
Okay, all right. May this,
No, ma'am.
oh, okay, thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Hayes, Mr. Warren, may this witness be released?
No, I have an objection.
Okay, all right, well, you can step down. Thank you, Mr. Flint.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We'll call Detective. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
We'll call Detective Johnson.
Can we approach briefly while he's coming in?
Yes. Detective Johnson, take a seat for me. All right. If you would, please raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat for me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can testify with or without your mask, whichever makes you feel comfortable, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
George Johnson, Johnsson.
And how are you employed?
City of Plano as a Plano police officer,
How long have you been with the city of Plano as a police officer?
a little over 22 years.
And what are your duties as a police officer with the city of Plano?
I'm a detective in our intelligence unit.
And what does that mean?
In our unit, we work as far as finding and locating fugitives, obviously disseminating intelligence within our department. We're handling and prosecution cases.
And how long have you held that role?
I've been in our unit 8 years now.
Before that, were you in different roles there at the Plano Police Department?
Yes, sir. I worked as a patrol officer for 10 years and I also worked as a narcotics detective for 5 years.
I'm going to direct your attention back to March of 2018. Okay, did you have an occasion at that time to do some investigation into the case of Billy Chimera?
Yes, sir.
As part of this intelligence group that you're in, did you get a license plate from one of the detectives in this case, Detective Turbiarty?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the license plate number that you were given?
King George Mary 1520.
And when you got that information, did you start doing some research on that license plate?
Yes, sir.
What types of things do you do?
So we use various databases. Obviously, we have some paid databases called Accurate, TLO. We all have, obviously, plenty of fake social media sites, access to a lot of other departments, records, accident reports, etc.
Now these databases that you're talking about, like Accurant or TLO, do they give you an idea of where the license plate is popping around your city? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, sir. There's a database called Learn, and basically what it does, there's some fixed cameras actually around the Metroplex, and also like on top of tow trucks. So it'll go by and actually capture license plates. If it's taken during the day, a lot of times you can actually see the entire car. At night, sometimes you'll definitely get the license plate, but it'll show an accurate date and time of when that license plate was captured. And a lot of times we'll get a lot during that apartment complex hotels for like a tow truck driver that drives through there and captures the license plate.
So when you had the license plate of KGM 1520, were you able to develop a name associated with that license plate in registration of vehicles?
Yes, sir. I first developed a Tom Ogden, which was a registered owner of the vehicle with an address of 7220 McAllen Boulevard.
And is that ONDENG, Tom?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you had an address of an individual that's associated with that car. And were you able to kind of do some comparisons with that as far as where these license plates were showing up?
Yes, sir. On Tom Ogden, he actually had 3 vehicles registered to him. A different vehicle was showing on the Learn database at his address at the 7220 McAllen Boulevard. But the license plate of this silver Nissan Altima was hitting at 4500 Pear Ridge, the residence that he didn't show the work at. Based on that information, I didn't believe that Tom Ogden was driving that vehicle.
And you said an address he didn't work at or live at?
Yes, sir.
That 4500 Pear Ridge is another apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Rancho Palisades apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so now that you have the fact that you have this Nissan Altima that's registered to one person but not showing up ever at that person's address, does that seem odd to you?
Yes, sir. Or consistent with what I've seen before.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point in time with the information you had about this silver Nissan?
I started reaching out to other agencies to try to get reports to see if any other agencies have been in contact with this vehicle, and I found that Dallas PD have recently been in contact with the vehicle.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 65. Is this the report from Dallas on that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 65.
No objection, no.
All right, police exhibit number 65 will be admitted. You may publish.
Is this an accident report for this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And if we look at the date of this accident, what date do we show it at?
March 17th of 2018.
And the time?
02:15 hours in the morning, sir.
So the early morning hours of March 17th of 2018, this 2008 Nissan Altima was in an accident in the Dallas area.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say? Okay. And that, what were you able to do once you had this information about this car?
Once I had information about the car, I started looking at the driver of the vehicle. As the action report states, it's Billy Truman.
So the owner that's listed for this accident report was a Billy, we believe that to be a misspelling of his name right there?
Yes, sir.
Jameer, okay? And giving you the address of his location of 4500 Pier Ridge, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So now, based on, were you able to determine where this Altima was at the time that you're doing your investigation?
I believe later I don't remember if it had been impounded or not.
Okay, that's fine. And so, but there's an accident report, and you've got the name of Billy Truman. What do you do at that point in time, once you have the name of Billy Chimera?
I started doing some extensive research on Billy Chimera, find his identity, find out that he has an active warrant out for his arrest.
Did you also learn that he had an alias name as well?
Yes, sir.
And that of Benjamin Koitova?
Yes, sir.
Through your investigation of him, of Mr. Chimera, were you able to develop a phone number for him?
Yes, sir.
Once you had that, and I think you said that you found that there was an outstanding warrant for him, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So he states his number 66, is that the outstanding warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that, Bluff states his number 66.
May we approach briefly, Judge?
Crystal, can you hit the sidebar?
Can we just renew the previous objection to that particular exhibit?
Okay. So the defense has renewed the previous objection on number 66. That objection is overruled. You may proceed with exhibit number 66. You may publish.
It is admitted, Judge.
Yes, it is admitted.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 66. This is the alias warrant for Mr. Chimera for the offense of public intoxication. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have a phone number, you have a name, you have an alias, you have a outstanding warrant for his arrest. What do you do with all of this information that you've gathered at this point in time? Who do you tell this to?
It was whenever Detective Turbiarty came in to research on, it was a late Monday night. So I think I stayed up past midnight researching. When I found this information, I called some other detectives in my unit, and we got up first thing in the morning, and our plan was to find Chimera and arrest him.
And is that what your unit does? There's the intelligence side, and then there's kind of an arresting side of your unit. Is that
Our
right?
unit does this all the same.
Okay. All right, and so so now we're bleeding into, so that was March 19th as you're doing your research. Now we're bleeding into March 20th. And do you all spread out throughout your city in any known locations for a Billy Chimera?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you do anything with that phone number that you had gotten for Billy Chimera?
Yes, sir. I provided that number to Plano Police Detective Benzick, who obtained a search warrant to ping that phone.
When you say ping that phone, what does that mean?
To find the location of the device through a GPS.
So there's a way to take the information that you have about a phone, and under law enforcement, they're able to get the provider to tell you where this phone is located.
Yes, sir.
And how does that work for you as far as with the provider and the information coming back to you?
So normally we'll write the search warrant, obviously we'll get a district judge to sign it, send it to the phone company. Most phone companies will send you the information via email every 15 minutes. So when we get these locations, sometimes it's not telling us, hey, the phone is exactly right here. Sometimes we get larger radiuses showing that it's in this area because it's hitting different sides of the tower on one tower. So sometimes it's not so exact that we'll know exactly where somebody is, but a lot of times it puts us in the area.
And that just kind of helps you to kind of narrow down your search when you're looking for someone in this large of an area.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, you said sometimes you get notified by email. Is that how you got notified this time, through email?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall approximately what time the first ping came back from Mr. Truman?
The first one came in at 17:32 hours, 5:32 p.m.
So 5:32.
Yes, sir.
And the area that they said he could possibly be in, was that a large or a small area?
This first one was a large area.
Okay. And where was it? I'm gonna move this to March, I guess we'll put up March 20th. Sorry, Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
Here's State's Exhibit number 317, and his home is right here at 45 Pier Ridge, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The first ping that you got, was it kind of in that general area of the Dallas area?
Yes, sir. It was right in this area right here.
So you knew generally where he was, but not specific enough to go and say, someone go to this corner and he's right there.
Correct, sir.
Now, did you have some of your team members stationed at 4500 Pier Ridge?
Yes, sir.
And were you all in constant communication with each other, either through radio or phones or things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Did you get another ping on that phone?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that ping?
That was at 17:47 hours.
So 5:47.
Yes, sir.
And was that ping a little bit smaller in area?
It was around the same size, but it was still in the same area as the apartment.
Okay. And then as you're hearing there again, they're reporting back to you. At some point in time, is Mr. Chamir placed under arrest?
Yes, sir.
The last ping that you got from that phone, or did you get a final ping from that phone?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall around what time that was?
That was at 6:02 p.m.
And is Mr. Chamir already in custody at that time?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Sano told me that about 5 minutes till 6, that they arrested him.
And that last ping, was it sitting pretty much right where Mr. Chamir was?
Yeah, a lot of times when someone is outside, not in a car, not in the building, sometimes the parameters of things, the raised ping will be a lot smaller because they're getting a better signal and able to connect to the tower better. So that last radius was really small and it's right over the area where Chamir was arrested, because I talked to one of the detectives I worked with. It's like, hey, we arrested him here in the parking lot.
After that, your job is done there, right, to kind of monitor the emails coming in and to inform your partners. Where did you go after that?
After that, I went down to that address at 4500 Pear Ridge and just assisted with surveillance on the apartment until a search warrant was completed.
I'll pass witness.
Any questions, Mr. Hayes or Mr. Warren?
Yes, ma'am. Is it detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the pings. You said the first one was a really big radius. How big a radius?
Do you mind if I glance at my notes, sir?
Not mine at
Sorry.
all. Not mine at all. Whatever you need to get an accurate answer.
Okay. This is, I put a snapshot of kind of what I look at on the first one. So it's everywhere. The east edge is all the way right in the middle of Frankfurt Road, and so it's going all the way, I would say that's probably 600-700 meters diameter.
The radius?
Yeah, it's actually 653 meters to be exact. I'm sorry for.
The ping circle is 653 meters across?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the phone could be anywhere in that 653 meters?
Yes, sir.
And that's?
Yes and no.
That's 2,000 feet, give or take?
Yes, sir.
I mean, right,
Yeah,
it's
approximately, yes, sir.
about 3 feet to a meter, give or take?
Yes, sir.
32 inches, I think, I don't know, don't get me. in trouble in there. So we're talking about almost half a mile circle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the second ping you said was about the same size, that half a mile across?
Yeah, that one was 719 meters.
So bigger.
Yes, sir.
And then the third one, what was the radius of that?
11 meters.
Okay, so it is significantly different. That's 30 feet.
Yes, sir.
So that could actually zero it down to a parking lot, whereas there's other ones that could have been anywhere in 2 or 3 blocks.
Yes and no, sir. Do you want me to explain?
Sure.
Okay. Whenever you have a ping, and I've been doing this like multiple times a week for 8 years, sometimes we'll find someone actually outside that radius, sometimes right in the middle. This isn't a, on just GPS E911 ping, this isn't exact science, but it puts us in the area. But whenever this one shrinks down to 11, that is very consistent of what I've seen hundreds, probably thousands of times of when someone is, I can tell that phone is outside the building, outside the car, because of they're able to connect to, you know, the towers a little bit better.
Okay, well, that's what I just said. The last ping was very precise. You could narrow it down to
Right.
the size of a parking
But
lot.
again, I can't say that it's definitely within this area.
I know you can't, but even if you could, that covers 40 blocks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first 2 pings are very, very non-specific.
Correct.
And of course, that was 30 minutes prior to, the first ping was 30 minutes prior to the third ping, so you don't know where that phone was in that 30 minutes.
No, sir, not exactly.
And you don't know who was with the phone, you just know at that last ping, Mr. Chmirmir had that phone in the parking lot.
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
The first part that you stated was the question was given, no, sir.
Okay.
I do believe I know who it was with.
Well, you can believe all you want, but I mean, you don't know who had that phone 30 minutes prior to him being arrested. All you know is who had it when he got arrested. Right?
I believe that he had the phone, sir, and he had the phone when he was arrested.
Okay. Did you understand my question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you don't know where the phone was an hour before, 2 hours before, or 30 minutes before, but you do know where the phone was when Mr. Chmirmir was arrested.
Sir, I can't answer that honestly the way you're asking it.
And you were actually at that apartment complex that day? Now, 4500 Pear Ridge?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get there, you think?
It was probably an hour or 2 after that. I don't remember the exact time. I wasn't the first one there.
Okay. You weren't one of the people who arrested Mr. Chmirmir?
No, sir, I was not.
And you weren't there when that happened?
No, sir, I was not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Fitzmartin?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Defense? May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State, you may call your next witness.
We'll call Detective Knight.
Good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Absolutely.
All right, you can have a seat for me.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fitzmartin, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Bill Knight, Knight.
And how are you employed?
I'm a surveillance detective with the City of Plano Police Department.
And when you're a surveillance detective, what does that mean?
Basically, we go out and try to locate vehicles, people, suspects for other detectives within the department, other units and stuff.
And were you, I'm going to direct your attention back to March 20th of 2018, were you asked to perform those tasks by some of the Plano detectives dealing with Billy Chimera?
Yes, sir.
We just heard from Detective Johnson, and he was talking about the intel side of this and doing some background on finding out who and where Mr. Chimera might have been. Were you given an address in the Dallas area for Mr. Chimera?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go?
To an apartment complex at 4500 Pear Ridge, I believe it was.
And how many other detectives are there at that location at the same time?
Well, a bunch of us went. There were some detectives already there, at least one. Just a rough estimate, probably 8 at the beginning, but I think more came after that.
All right, so you kind of scattered throughout trying to find any place that Mr. Chimera might be at this apartment complex.
Yes, sir. We had good information that there was an apartment there that he was staying at.
And when you're doing this, and you and your team, are you dressed in civilian clothes, uniforms? How are you dressed?
Yes, sir. We're just dressed in regular clothes, blue jeans, t-shirts, shirts, whatever. No uniform.
And the cars you're driving, are they marked squad cars, or are they in plain ordinary cars?
No, sir. They're just normal pickups and SUVs, cars, covert vehicles.
Were you given an assigned spot to kind of hang out in that day?
Well, I ended up in the northeast corner of the complex.
And what is next to where you were kind of stationed?
So I backed into the last parking row in the northeast corner, on that specific row of parking, and right next to me was a dumpster enclosure, a brick wall that had bushes planted around it to hide the dumpster.
Did y'all know which spot that Mr. Chimera's apartment is associated with as far as the parking spots are concerned?
Yes, sir. It was number 67.
And was that vacant when you all were there working on your surveillance?
Yes, sir.
So, when you get to your spot, we've heard about a Nissan Altima that was being driven by Mr. Chimera and had gotten into a wreck. Did you know that you don't need to be looking for the Nissan Altima anymore?
That's correct, sir. We weren't sure what kind of vehicle we were looking for at that time.
And you had a description and of Mr. Chimera and who you were looking for in that?
Yes, sir. We had a briefing sheet with a picture of Mr. Chimera.
Do you see Mr. Chimera in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him, describe an article of clothing?
He's wearing a black suit top with a white and black striped tie.
The record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant of the court.
The record will so reflect.
Commissioner approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 67. Is this the layout of the apartments there at 4500 Pier Ridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it show where some of the other detectives were positioned at the time of Mr. Chimera's arrest?
Yes, sir.
Does it show an orientation there that north is going in that direction?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 67.
No objection.
All right, number 67 will be admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Judge. So as this is oriented here, we can see the north going in that direction, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a street here of Pier Ridge, and that's where the 4500 Pier Ridge comes from, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if we were to go farther over in this direction, over towards the defense counsel table over here, is that where the toll road is?
Yes, sir, to the west.
Okay. And then down here at the bottom of this, you can see that that's Frankfurt Road.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? All right. And so you had said that you had developed a potential apartment for Mr. Chimera. Is that delineated here in this red X?
Actually, Detective Claggett did that footwork, but yes, sir, I think apartment 3110, I can't read the apartment numbers from here.
Okay. I don't think I can either. All right.
But yes, it was in that area where you have Detective Claggett's name. Somewhere in that area there.
Actually, if we keep on going down, can you see it now? You look to your
I guess
right.
it's a red X there.
Look to your right.
No, the other way.
The other right.
It's a
Turn
square
around.
right next
I'm
to
sorry.
you.
Right there you go.
Is this 3110?
I do know my left and right, I'm sorry.
3110, yes.
I apologize.
You're all right, you're all right. I didn't tell you I was gonna ask you to look to your right, don't worry about it. Okay, so, let's just go through this real quick here. We've got some names here, Harris, you see that name there?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got a T. Hughes up here.
Yes, sir, Sergeant Hughes.
All right, Claggett,
Yes, sir.
is that another, one of the detectives out there?
Yes, sir, he's one of the intel detectives.
I see BK here, who's that?
That's me, sir.
Okay, and then Garcia's down here, and who would that be?
That says Dom, but it's Sergeant Salem, Dominic Salem.
Okay, all right. And so, then we have a dumpster written right here in this corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you had told us about you sitting up on this, kind of in this area here in this dumpster in this parking spot.
Yes, sir.
And you're backed in,
Yes, sir.
and you're just doing your surveillance thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, and we see number 67 is right there. Parking spot 67.
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to, around 5:50, around that time, on March 20th, did you all start communicating about what different people were seeing in the parking lot?
Yes, sir. Actually, Sergeant Hughes broadcast over the radio that a car was entering the complex, and the driver was a possible match for Mr. Shamir.
And did he give you a license plate of 4B91F2?
Actually, I think I put that license plate out from the dumpster.
Okay, you got it from there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a description's coming and a car description's coming, and then you eventually see that car coming in your direction.
Yes, sir.
And is it coming from the west?
It's coming from west to east along that north drive area there.
And what happens when it gets to the dumpster?
It stops and parks.
And then what do you see happen?
The driver gets out, and again, I'm partially obstructed by the brick wall in the shrubbery, but I can see over enough to see an individual wearing a brown hat. And of course, I saw Mr. Shamir pass me when he drove in front of my truck.
Okay, so you were able to identify him as he's pulling in front of you to park there at that dumpster?
I didn't positively 100% identify him at that point, but it looked like a very good possible match.
An individual matching the description you were given,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shamir. Okay. And so the individual stops, and what do they do when they get there?
So the vehicle stops in front of the dumpster. The driver gets out, and like I said, I could see the top of a brown hat. It looked like, it appeared that he went to the rear driver's door, messed around there for a minute, and then he walked to the dumpster.
And then what, and then is that it, or does he do anything else?
No, sir, he walked to the dumpster. I heard some stuff banging around. Again, I couldn't see what was going on there. And then he returned to the car, and when he returned, he walked around the rear, and I could see the trunk. And as a matter of fact, right before this, I put the license plate number out and the state. It's a Tennessee tag. And then he went to the passenger rear door.
And what happens when he gets to the passenger rear door?
He spent some time over there, ducked down, and as he was going around, and when he opened the door, I guess he noticed that I was sitting in my truck, and then I was looking at him, and I knew it was the person we were looking for, Mr. Schumacher, at that point.
Okay. And he goes back to his truck and...
He goes back to the car. Yes, sir. Goes back to the car, gets in the rear passenger seat. I can't see what he's doing. I hear some banging, some noise, and then he gets out of the back seat. He was pretty deep in there, it seemed like, and walks back to the dumpster. I hear something large being thrown in there, or another loud noise, sounded like something large. And returns to his car and then proceeds to turn around, move the car and faces it west and starts driving west.
Eventually, do you hear anything more over the radio about this car?
Yes, at that point, I communicated that he was turning around and driving back towards Detective Claggett, and then Detective Claggett had primary radio communication at that time because the car was traveling towards him, and Detective Claggett told all of us that the vehicle and Mr. Schmiermer were pulling into parking space number 67.
What did you do at that time?
Well, we started converging on that location and initiated an arrest.
And where did you go specifically on that arrest?
I went to the Sergeant Hughes and Detective Claggett were on the driver's side of the vehicle, so I went to the passenger side and I opened the front passenger door.
And was Mr. Schmiermer cooperative?
No, sir. Detective Claggett was ordering him out, and he wouldn't get out. Detective Claggett ended up grabbing and started pulling him, and I actually climbed in the front seat and started pushing out from the passenger side.
And eventually, were you able to get control of him and put him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
Once he is secured, was there other property and things of that nature
Well,
there?
when I opened the door and entered the passenger compartment of the vehicle, I noticed that in his left hand he had some jewelry and a pretty significant stack of currency, American money.
Okay. So at this point in time, is everybody kind of converging on this one spot that's,
Yes, sir.
that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Once he's contained, and that scene is kept in order, did you and Detective Garcia and Detective Harwell go back to the dumpster?
Yes, sir, we did.
And we haven't mentioned Detective Harwell's name, but he was another individual that's out there.
Yes, sir. He's actually one of the members of my unit, the surveillance unit.
Same thing with Detective Garcia.
Detective Garcia is more attached to intel, but we all work together. When one unit needs more manpower, we're all converged.
I don't know what this thing's doing over here. It's ghost working on this. But okay, and so so you go back to the dumpster, and did you all find some items inside that dumpster that were being able to identify a victim in the Dallas area?
Yes, sir. We returned to the dumpster, and sitting on top of some of the trash was a very large red jewelry box that had really ornate Asian decorations on it, little, what you would call it, little Asian characters on the box, and it also had some type of copper or copper-colored metal on the box.
Actually, it was marked as Texas Exhibit number 122. Is that what you're talking about inside that dumpster?
That's exactly what I'm talking about, sir.
Law Office Texas Exhibit number 122.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 122 will be admitted.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 22, this is inside the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
All right, did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Detective Harwell and Detective Garcia, were they the individuals that actually collected this out of the dumpster?
Yes, sir. They had rubber gloves on, so they took care of that, and I just photographed it.
When you were done with this location here, were you part of the team of Plano police officers and detectives that went to 6609 Warm Breeze?
Yes, sir.
That address was developed sometime that day?
That address was developed from information that we found inside that red jewelry box.
When you got to that, did you try to make contact with the owner of 6609 Warren Breeze?
Not initially, because Sergeant Hughes and Detective Grant met with the Dallas Police Department. They were informing them of what we were doing, why we were there, and we just stood by at that time for further instruction, really.
Yeah, so that's not your jurisdiction at that point in time. That's now the city of Dallas's jurisdiction.
Right.
But was there, before the Dallas Police Department had to make a forced entry in there, was there any, did it look like there had been any kind of forced entry into that?
No, everything appeared secured and in order like it should be at a house.
At some point in time, in the arrest of Mr. Chimera, were there some keys found in the car of Mr. Chimera?
Yes, sir, there was a keychain in one of the cup holders in the front passenger compartment between where the driver sits and where the passenger sits.
At some point in time, do you ask for those keys to be brought to the law?
Yes, sir, after communicating with one of the Dallas detectives, I contacted or spoke to Detective Garcia, who retrieved the keys and delivered them to Warren Breeze.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Warren?
Okay. Detective Knight, I got a few questions.
Yes, sir.
I say that a lot, sometimes it turns into more than a few, but I'll try to keep it brief.
Quite all right.
What time, do you remember, an approximate, I know that you may not have the exact time, approximately what time do you believe Mr. Chimera pulled into that complex parking lot that day?
It was about 1750 hours or 5:50 p.m.
And I think you said you saw him pull in, but I guess you didn't see what he was getting out of the car. Did the dumpster block your view?
No, sir. The dumpster enclosure, apartment complexes build structures around the dumpsters so it's not such an eyesore, I guess. So, and then sometimes they plant vegetation, shrubbery around them, so that's what I had blocking my view.
Okay.
Total view.
Certainly we appreciate that if we live at those places, but it makes it difficult. You couldn't see what he was putting in the dumpster, I guess.
No, not.
You could, how were you able to see him walking back and forth to the dumpster?
I could see the top of his head over the wall when he was on the driver's side of the vehicle, but when he passed around to the passenger side of the vehicle, I could see the trunk clearly. I gave the license plate out over the radio and stuff. I could see the rear of the car. I just couldn't see the driver's side and the front area.
Okay. And he went back to the dumpster, I think you said 2 or 3 times?
At least twice.
Maybe 3 times or just twice?
It could have been 3, but I know for sure twice.
Okay. And you never saw him put anything in there, but you heard noise?
I heard a lot of noise.
Okay. And you were wearing what that day? You said blue jeans and?
I don't know specifically, civilian clothes, but even though we wear plain clothes or civilian clothes, we do have plate carriers on, magazine pouches, it says police. I have a cloth badge, Velcro on that, so people actually know that we're the police when we go in to arrest them, so there's no question.
Because if not, somebody would get freaked out if they had a handful of jewelry and money and a bunch of plainclothes people started walking up towards them.
Imagine if you didn't have any police markings, people would get pretty concerned, and maybe concerned anyway.
And if a bunch of people in blue jeans and shirts started walking up on your car and you didn't notice they were police, you might not just climb out right away.
Well, we don't expect everyone to read the plate carrier. We shout very loudly that we're the police, and we give instructions from there to put your hands up or do whatever we want them to do before we arrest them, so that they know and there's no confusion.
Okay, but no marked cars, no sirens, no lights, none of that?
Not, our covert vehicles do have lights and sirens, but I don't recall if we had any sirens on, and I don't know if anyone turned their lights on.
How many people approached the vehicle, you think, where Mr. Chimera was in?
Well, initially 3, Sergeant Hughes, Detective Claggett, and I, but everyone converged on it, so it didn't take long we're all close to that apartment unit, because that's where we were expecting Mr. Chimera to return to, so it didn't take long, and I don't know how many detectives ended up there.
6, 20?
I don't know, not 20.
Okay, somewhere between 6 and 20?
Well, less than 20, I don't
Okay.
know.
And they all converged on Mr. Chimera. Everybody's wearing plain clothes. Everybody, I guess, had a vest on the plate carrier.
Right, and we did have one marked unit there, actually, and that's who ended up transporting him
Okay, but they got there later,
at some point.
not until he was already subdued and on the ground.
Well, we got him up, but yes, he was already handcuffed by the time, I think, I'm pretty sure by the time the marked unit pulled around.
Did any of you guys have body cameras on that guy?
I did not, and I don't even think we were issued cameras at that point yet, because patrol was issued cameras, and it took a while for all of us detectives to have them. We all have them now, but I don't think any of us had them then. I don't think they were issued to us at that point.
Okay, so the answer is just no.
Well, I don't know about everyone, but I did not have one of them.
Okay. Let me ask you one more thing. You've mentioned that a couple of detectives, Harwell and Garcia, that they collected evidence and they put on gloves.
They had gloves on, yes, sir.
What's the purpose of that?
To not contaminate any evidence that we're photographing, collecting, etc.
You agree it's pretty important not to contaminate any of the evidence?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, y'all are taught that at school to use certain procedures where you take care of evidence that's collected. You never know what's important and what's not when you're
That's true, yes.
when you're first getting involved in a crime scene.
True.
Or what you suspect to be a crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything further, Mr. Martin?
Real quick, Judge, so the clothes and the insignia, I mean, when you're sitting there as surveillance, you don't have your police garb on, right?
Yes, sir. A lot of times we'll cover up with a towel or another t-shirt or something, but.
When you're approaching someone to do an arrest, is it pretty plain to see the police and your badges and all that?
It's very, very plain to see, and we're yelling very loudly, identifying ourselves, because we don't want someone to think that it's just a bunch of people going to rob them or something. So clearly, we want them to know that we're the police and what our intentions are.
And your guns are drawn?
Yes, sir.
It is a felony takedown, very intense situation to try to make sure that everybody is safe, you and the subject you're trying to arrest.
Yes, sir.
The banging that you heard back at his car, I mean, it's loud. Were your windows down or up?
Windows were up. Windows were up.
And so there was significant noise coming from the back seat of his car.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it with this.
Mr. Hay?
I am curious. I thought you said the banging was coming from the dumpster.
Both. I heard a noise when he was at the car on the passenger side in the back seat, and I heard a lot of noise at the dumpster.
What noise did you hear from the car?
Just banging, just noise, something being hit. I couldn't see what he was doing, so I had no idea what the noise was from.
How far away was the vehicle from you?
10 or 15 yards max, probably,
So 45 feet away?
or less, somewhere within there.
And you heard some weird banging coming from the car.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Another from Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
If you please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat. And if you feel more comfortable testifying with your mask, you may, or you can take it off. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Joe Claggett, My last name is spelled Claggett.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the Plano Police Department.
And are you part of the same unit as Detective Johnson and Detective Knight, working out in surveillance and intelligence?
Correct, I'm with the intelligence unit.
And did you have an occasion to work the arrest of Billy Chimere on March 20th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you want him to describe an article of clothing?
Wearing a black and white striped tie and a clear face mask.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Detective Claggett, we've already talked to Detective Knight, and he kind of gave us the overview of what you all were doing that day, and indicated that your name's on there, Claggett, sitting at, I don't know if that's number 61 or 62, somewhere around there, just down from spot 67, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and that spot 67 was a spot that you were interested in?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know that that spot was associated with Mr. Chimere's apartment?
Yes, that's what the leasing staff had told me that morning.
And you had found that out? Did y'all think he was at a different apartment that morning, maybe?
Initially, yes. So initially thought he was in apartment 531. I then contacted the office and they provided information leading me to believe that he was in apartment 3110.
And then 3110 has a
Assigned spot.
An assigned spot of 67.
Yes, sir.
And it was vacant at the time?
Yes, sir.
So you're sitting at your spot, and did you hear radio traffic about a car approaching that matched a description?
Yes, Sergeant Hughes informed he saw a vehicle, which can't see his location here, but he's more top left. There it is. From his location, he advised he saw a vehicle, a gray Hyundai, that contained somebody that was possibly Mr. Chimere.
And did you keep an eye out for that same car then coming your direction?
I did.
And did you spot that car?
It drove directly in front of me from west to east.
And then did it park initially in 67?
No, it bypassed 67 and continued east.
And then you hand that off to Detective Knight because he's
Correct.
down there. Were you aware of Detective Knight? Was he reporting back what he was observing down there at that end? And at some point in time, does that car come back to spot
Yes.
67?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at that point in time, y'all think you have a good ID on Mr. Chimere?
Yes, sir.
So what do you do at that time?
At that point, I go ahead and give the signal to go arrest him. I exit my vehicle, and I go on foot with other detectives pulling up in the vehicles, and I approached the open driver's side door and observed that it was Mr. Chimere.
And how are you, I know that on your surveillance, you'd be in civilian type clothes.
Yes, sir.
When you're approaching, do you have insignia though that you're with police?
I have a vest with a large patch that says police clearly across my chest.
And is your gun drawn?
Yes,
And are you loudly informing everybody of who you are?
I informed him that I was the police and told him he was under arrest and told him to get out of the vehicle.
Did he get out of the vehicle?
Not initially, no.
So what did you have to do there?
After telling him multiple times, I then just grabbed him and extracted him from the vehicle.
Did he have anything in his hands?
In his left hand, he had a clear bag with what appeared to be some jewelry, and then an envelope that was open, and it was full of a large amount of currency.
Okay. And so that's in his hands. The other hand, where's his other hand?
I can't, it was up around the steering wheel, I can't really remember
Okay.
that. I was focusing on the stuff that I saw.
Eventually, do you get him out and put him down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And then, well, Commissioner Coach.
Right.
Show you six exhibit number 68 and 69. Is that how it's, or do you recognize that?
Yes, that was Mr. Truman, that's what he was wearing.
the effect of the arrest.
State's exhibits numbers 70, is that the car?
That is the vehicle, yes, sir.
And then 70, there's items on the trunk of the car, is 71, is that a close-up of the items that were?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Law for state's exhibits 68, 69, 70, and 71.
Okay.
State's exhibit 68 through 71 will be admitted.
No problem. Thank you. State's exhibit number 68. Is that how Mr. Chimera appeared on that day?
Yes, sir.
And 69, is that just another view of him from the side?
Yes, sir.
Looking back. State's exhibit number 70. Is this the vehicle that you saw pass by you the first time?
Yes, sir.
And then Detective Knight, did he call out that Tennessee license plate to y'all?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Knight who did that.
And then is that in that spot 67 that we're talking about?
That's parking, appears to be 67.
And then you, and that's where you took him out of that vehicle?
From the driver's side door, yes, sir.
And there's two cars on either side. Were those cars there as well at that point in time, or is this later? They were there.
They were there.
State's exhibit number 71, you said that there was items in Mr. Chimera's hands. Are these items, some of the items that were in his hands at the time that he was being pulled out of that car?
Yes, the jewelry, the bag, clear bag of jewelry, and then it was a white envelope with a lot of cash in it.
Okay. And then looks like this might be, there's a phone there and then maybe all on inside a hat.
Yes, sir. I believe he was wearing a hat when I contacted him. It probably came off upon extracting from the vehicle.
Okay, very good. I'll pass for this.
Okay,
Detective Claggett, did y'all come from the front of the car or the back of the car?
Back of her,
Back of the car?
the back of her.
Was the door open when y'all
The
started?
driver's side door was open, yes.
But obviously, it looks like there's about maybe 2.5 feet between the two cars. I put that.
That would be it.
Right here? Maybe 3 feet?
Roughly.
Okay, so I mean, there weren't very many people up there, right?
On that side, no, it was just myself and Sergeant Heath.
And this side, it looks like somebody parked really close to the line there, so that might have been, what, 12 inches?
I don't know if it'd be that small.
18 inches?
Possibly.
Okay, so there weren't very many people over here either, right?
Detective Knight was there.
Okay, well, I believe somebody was over there, but there was a guy here, and how many people over here?
2.
Okay. And you know the way a car is designed, you look forward, right?
Mhm.
So whenever people approach from behind in plain clothes and started yelling, it might startle most anybody.
Sure. I agree.
And the only time someone would have a view of people coming up behind him if he actually physically poked his head out the door and looked.
When I approached it, I first spoke to him when I was standing in his doorway.
Okay. Did you just show up, or did you like let him know you were coming up there?
When I was standing there, I said, police, and I was surprised.
Okay.
That was good.
So he opens the door, and all of a sudden there's somebody standing there in plain clothes
Yeah.
yelling at him to get out of the car.
Well, but clearly marked up with police markings, yes.
Okay, I believe you. I'm not saying you didn't have it on, but I mean, you're 2 feet from him. I mean, it's a little overwhelming if something like that was to happen.
Okay.
You agreed?
You can be sure.
And you told him to get out of the car several times, but what was it? How many seconds elapsed from the time you announced yourself to the time he was on the ground?
5 or 6 minutes,
Seconds?
possibly.
Okay, I mean, it all happens pretty fast.
Yes.
But he didn't try to shut the door on you or
No, sir.
anything like that. He was just startled. Right?
Yes, sir.
When you got out of the car, did he yell at you or call you names or try to kick you or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So he was pretty compliant once he figured out what was going on.
Once we got him out of the car, yes.
What was that lottery ticket? Was that in his hand as well, or do you know?
I don't recall.
Did you see what I was talking about in that picture? I'll put it back up there. It's state exhibit. I think that's a 71.
I don't recall seeing that initially when I first contacted him.
Okay. You see it now?
I do see, if that's what you're talking about, right there, the upside down, 201.
I mean, that looks like a lottery ticket to me. Do you think?
I don't know, I don't buy lottery tickets.
I don't either, because I never win. But I mean, I've seen them before, right? You don't know where that came from or how that got in that property or in that house?
I don't, what I'm saying is, I didn't do the complete search once I extracted him from the vehicle, got him on the ground, got him in cuffs. So I don't think I took all those items off.
Okay, fair enough. That answers that. Thank you so much. No further questions, Jeff.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
No objection, no.
All right, you may step down and you're released. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to take a quick break. It looks like we've been going for about an hour and a half, and as I told y'all earlier, I want us to go a little late today, so that, you know, we can make sure and finish in this time period that we told y'all we were this week. So, it is now 5:34, 5:35. If you would come back to the jury room, I'll give you about this time, let's just take a 10-minute stretch break, just to kind of stretch your legs. If you come back by 5:45, I'm so sorry. If you come back by 5:45 and get started, we all ready.
All right.
Call your next witness.
Just Judge, we'll call Detective Garcia.
Will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, sir, it's Fred Garcia, last name Garcia.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I am assigned as a technical officer, assigned to the technical services unit of the Plano Police Department.
Okay, and what is that? What do you do as that?
I'm basically a tech boy.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 20th of 2018. Were you working as a detective for the Plano Police Department at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have an occasion to participate in the arrest of Billy Chimeri?
I did, yes, sir.
And we've heard from Detective Johnson, we've heard from Detective Knight, we've heard from Detective Claggett. You're part of that whole team that worked on securing him that day.
Yes, sir, I was.
We heard that some of these other detectives got him out of the car. Did you show up to that spot 67 at the arrest of Mr. Chimeri?
Yes, sir, shortly after he was detained.
And did you notice that there was items out there, well, before that day, earlier that day, did you have an occasion to look into the Nissan Altima?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do in regards to Nissan Altima?
I was asked by Detective Johnson, I believe, to run down to the impound lot here in Dallas to take a look at this vehicle because it was a vehicle of interest that we suspected Mr. Tremere had been driving.
And was that the 2008 Nissan Altima?
Yes, sir.
We've already seen some pictures of that permission approach.
Yes, you may.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 72. Is that how that car looked to you that day when you went down to look at it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
Pull off State's Exhibit number 72.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 72 will be admitted.
So there was some significant damage to that Nissan Altima.
Yes, sir.
And did you then have an occasion to go and help with the surveillance at Pier Ridge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you do something with a video camera?
Yes, sir. I deployed a covert camera near his breezeway so that we could see the comings and goings from that apartment that we were particularly looking for.
And did you ever notice anything on that camera of interest to us here?
No, sir. Nothing of interest.
So you hear about the arrest of Mr. Chimere and you go to that location. And are there items loose in that area that needed to be kind of contained?
Yes, sir. There was.
So here on State's Exhibit number 70, we can see on the trunk of that Sonata that there's items loose there. State's Exhibit number 71 is kind of a close-up of some of those items.
Yes,
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What did you and the other detectives there, what did y'all do with those items?
Put those items into a plastic bag, a Walmart bag. Kind of held them so that they would all be secured together. Immediately after doing that, I went and helped search the dumpster where Detective Knight had heard some banging and what have you before the arrest itself.
And did you find other items of interest at the dumpster?
Yes, we did.
And did you collect up all of those items so that you could give them over to other detectives later on in the day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
First, I want to deal with the items that were there on Mr. Chimimer's person before we get to the dumpster. Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 73. 130. You take a look at those photos, I think you've seen them before. You just established those are all items taken from Mr. Schmiermer. You may not have 122 up there, that's already in evidence, okay? These are all pictures from the arrest and the items that were found out there at that time.
Yes, sir, they are.
We'll offer States Exhibits 73 through 130, 122 already being presented.
Just have Ruthie take Detective Garcia on board out, please.
You may.
Detective Garcia, in these photos that Mr. Fitzmartin provided to you, did you, especially regarding the jewelry, did you actually collect and view this jewelry that was collected out there at the scene on that date?
I helped collect it, and I did view it before putting it into the bag, yes, sir.
Okay, and so you do recognize it from that date?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, that's all, no objections.
All right, so States Exhibits 73 through 130 will be admitted, and Exhibit 122, which is the red jury box in the dumpster, has already been admitted.
I'll also show you, this is 326 through 332, have you looked at these already?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are these also photographs of that red jewelry box that you retrieved out there that day?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer States Exhibits We'll offer States Exhibits 326 through 332.
No objection, John.
326 through what?
332.
332, okay. 326, 332. All right. States Exhibits 326 through 332 will be given.
All right, first of all, that's a picture, State Exhibit number 69 has already been in evidence. That's Mr. Chimmer from that day.
Yes, sir.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at him and describe an article of clothing?
The gentleman very near the table with a black suit, black and white tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Okay, and so we've established that there's items on him and items that were on his person or in his hand when he was arrested. Is that right? Case number 73. Is this a photo of a Kenyan passport?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did y'all learn that Mr. Chimera was from Kenya?
Yes, sir.
Case number 74. Visa, part of that passport.
That's correct.
This is number 75, another piece of identification of Mr. Chimera.
Yes, sir.
Station number 76, is this insurance for this that was found inside of this car with Tom Onding's name on it?
That's correct.
Anthony Onding.
Yes, sir.
And Tom Onding. State's Exhibit number 77. Did y'all find some keys inside?
Yes, sir. I did.
State's Exhibit number 78 is the back seat of the that Sonata.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And you see a hammer in the back seat there?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 79. Is that same hammer close up?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 80. Is that the cup holder with those keys?
That's correct.
81 is at the back seat.
It's a plastic bag with just some bottles of wine in it. And I believe the brown one had some food in it.
Like some takeout food?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 82, you said that the items that were in the back of the Sonata you put inside a Walmart bag?
Yes, sir.
And is this a picture of that Walmart bag?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then State's Exhibit number 83, is this open the Walmart bag and now you can look inside the items?
Yes.
84.
Just another picture of items contained.
From the Walmart bag now spread out on the
Yes,
table.
sir.
State's Exhibit number 85. Did y'all find a phone out there?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 86. Looks like there's a message from a Margaret on that phone.
Yes, sir.
87 is at the back side of that phone.
Correct.
You saw a hat in that picture. State's Exhibit number 88. Is that hat that was on Mr. Chimera or associated with Mr. Chimera?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
89.
It's a money envelope with some notes on it.
Okay. The other side of that same envelope, State's Exhibit 90.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 91. The inside of that with a bunch of money inside. Is that
Yes.
right? That envelope. State's Exhibit number 92. Like they've taken the money out and spread it out.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of 10s, 20s, a couple hundreds, and some ones. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 93. What are we looking at here?
A lot of $2 bills.
A lot of $2 bills. Did he have these $2 bills on him at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so if we go through a series of photos here, that's them all laid out. If we go through, I'm just going to show you State Exhibit number 94. These are all different rows of of those money. 94,
Yes, sir.
95,
Yes, sir.
96,
Yes, sir.
97,
Yes, sir.
98,
Yes, sir.
99,
Yes, sir.
100,
Yes, sir.
101,
Yes, sir.
102,
Yes, sir.
103,
Yes, sir.
104,
Yes, sir.
105,
Yes, sir.
and 106.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the individualized items that were in there, states exhibit number 107, does it look like some sort of a peacock design jewelry?
Yes, sir.
108, other items that were in his hand?
Correct. Yes, sir.
109, a ring with a, looks like a diamond maybe on it.
Yes, sir.
110, that same ring, maybe
Yes.
straight on. 111, one of the bracelets, like maybe a, I don't know if that's a fox or lizard, some sort of design maybe.
Yes, sir.
112,
A jade looking necklace.
this, what is this?
Just a small velvet black bag that contained a lot of jewelry found on it.
When you pour that out, is this what we see that was inside that?
Yes, sir.
Some of those individual items, this is 115, kind of a snowflake looking ring.
Yes, sir.
116,
Yes, sir. More or less the same.
and 117 is that a close up, kind of an emerald looking ring.
Yes, sir.
118, some other rings and necklaces, things like that.
Yes, sir.
119,
Another bracelet type.
bracelet. 120,
A matching necklace, I believe.
121,
With a gold chain with the letters KIM on it.
so KIM as in Ken, the name Ken.
Yes, sir.
And then we move over into the dumpster area. Show you what's been marked as state number 122. Is that dumpster that Detective Knight had testified about in the red box that's in there?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And who took that red box out of the dumpster?
Detective Carlos Harwell and myself.
You also find some drawers to that box inside that dumpster,
Yes, sir.
and is that we see in state number 123. Taking the box out, state number 124, as I said, just on the grassy area there by the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
Some of the items that were inside the box.
That is correct.
State number 125. Is that a close-up
Yes, sir.
of the box? Was there some damage to that box?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Are we looking at some of the damage to that box with the clasping agent?
That's correct. It appeared it had been forced open.
And the right-hand door seems to be barely hanging on.
It's hanging off the door lock, yes, sir.
State Exhibit number 127. Is that you holding that box?
Yes, sir, it is.
And Detective Knight taking the pictures?
Yes, sir.
And there again, we see the damage to that door, but we see the contents of at least one of the drawers that was inside that.
That's correct.
And those appear to be jewelry boxes to you?
Yes, sir.
And are they empty?
Absolutely.
State Exhibit number 128. What are we looking at here?
So that's the same jewelry box, but that's the compartment with the flip up top, the very top of the box that would just flip up and there you got a little storage compartment.
And some of the items contained inside that jewelry box?
Yes, sir.
you see there's a piece of paper here and then a pink card down below.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 129. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You see that appears to be an affidavit of a William Richard Harris talking about his wife.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Or I'm sorry, from the wife of William Richard Harris. And with the name Lou T. Vang.
Yes, sir.
And then another card, State's Exhibit number 130, a photo of another card in there with the name Lou T. Vang on it.
That is correct.
Some other photos of that box, State's Exhibit number 326. There again showing is that some of the other items that were in behind the drawers?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that box when you collected it?
After going through it and showing Detective Hart some of the paperwork that we found in there, I thought it best to put it inside another container to be able to keep it all together and not just, you know, able to kind of get loose inside of my vehicle as I was storing it there. So the Detective Mary Jones showed up later.
So did you put it into did you find a box somewhere there on site, somewhere in the dumpster or somewhere in that area?
Yes, sir. I took a big cardboard box out of the dumpster since I didn't have anything big enough to put the box into. And that's where I placed the jewelry box and all its contents into.
And State's Exhibit number 327, is this that cardboard box and the red box that was put inside?
That's correct, sir.
Along with the other Walmart bag and the passport.
That is correct.
Is this a close-up of that State's Exhibit number 328, that same red box inside the cardboard box?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, if we look closely here, you can tell that left-hand door that was barely hanging on is now off.
That is correct.
How did that come off?
We were handling the box, trying to figure out opening the drawers, opening all the different compartments, reading whatever paperwork we could find in it. And just by going through the box, just handling it, the door just fell off.
And that's something that was in your care, custody, and control. The box was at the time that the door came off.
Absolutely, yes.
State's Exhibit number 329. Is that the top part of that that clasping agent on the top of the box, showing the damage there?
That is correct.
If you see that there, looks like it has this little peg thing kind of sticking out here. Is this the station number 332, the one that should be on the other side that's missing?
That does appear to be so, yes, sir.
Okay. 331, showing that damage again, showing that the door is now off and on its own.
Yes, yes, sir.
And then 330, does this show the damage to that right-hand door and the way the closing mechanism was bent back?
Yes, sir.
So all of these items that there's pictures of there, Mayor Approach Judge, you collected all those items?
Yes, sir.
Station Exhibit number 131. Is this that passport?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Law for Station Exhibit number 131.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 131 will be admitted.
Motion to publish.
You may.
have the passport. And then inside, the identifiers of Billy Chimera. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
State's exhibit numbers. One 36, is that the phone?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 133 and 134, are these the keys that were found in the car?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's exhibit 133, 134, and 136.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so this exhibits 133, 134, and 136 will be admitted.
State's exhibit number 133, they have the ICOM tag on them.
That's correct, yes, sir.
134,
Uh,
so maybe a car fob,
Right.
something that could
Key fob, right, key.
with Rancho Palisades on
Yes,
there.
sir.
And then 136, that's Mr. Chimera's phone.
That's correct.
You found a hammer.
Yes, sir.
137, a hat.
That's correct.
We'll offer 135, 137.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 135 and 137 will be admitted.
Is that a BMW logo on top?
That is.
Is this a Walmart hammer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Stage number 138, is that the envelope that the money was placed into?
Yes, sir.
139, is that all that money?
Sure does appear to be. Yes, sir.
140, there was some change also found, so they boxed it up separately with 140.
Yes, sir.
We'll offer state's exhibits 138, 139, 140.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so state's exhibits 138, 139, and 140 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. State exhibit number 138, this is the one side of the envelope, and that's the other side with the writing on it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
139 and 140 are the $2 bills, and then the other type of currency as well. We saw in those pictures.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And then there's some change as well. I'm going to show you six. It was 141 through 152. With all the jewelry found out there that we just seen pictures of. And the black bag.
Yes, sir.
Yes. We'll offer state's exhibits 141 to 152 for all purposes.
Judge, may I take this extra, Garcia on 4 hour again, please?
You may.
Detective Garcia, regarding states 141 to 152, is this the jewelry that was collected from inside the dumpster or inside the jewelry box? Where, do you know exactly where this?
That's for this person, sir.
Okay, when you say this person, and you're speaking, I'm assuming of Mr. Schmimmer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where on this person?
I did not take it off of him personally, sir, so it was evidence that was on his person at the time he was apprehended. So I don't know where he was carrying it. I just know that I helped recover it after the fact.
So someone else at the scene provided it to you for you to log in and to take its evidence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any of states exhibits 141 to 152 were owned or related to Ms. Harris?
That I do not know, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object to 141 to 152 for relevance as well as 403, Judge.
May I ask a question, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, we've talked about the items that were on the back of the Sonata.
Yes, sir.
Did you take all those items and put them, you and another detective put them in a plastic bag in that Walmart bag?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Are these the items that were on the back of the Sonata that you put inside that bag?
That is correct, yes.
And then what did you do with them once you put them in there? Who'd you give them to?
I put them in the back of my vehicle along with the jewelry box and other items that we recovered. Held them there until Detective Mary Jo came by at a later point and took possession of all the evidence that was collected.
And these are those items that were on the back of that Sonata?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Judge, we offer again.
I'll just read my same objections, Your Honor.
All right, well, that objection will be overruled. Those items will be admitted. They have been seen in previous photos.
State's exhibit number 141. Is this the peacock jewelry?
Yes, sir, it is.
State's exhibit number 142, a diamond ring.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 143. It's that, I think I called it a fox or a lizard or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bracelet. State's exhibit number 144. The jade.
Yes, sir.
145, that pouch.
Yes, sir. That little black velvet type bag. Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 146, that snowflake looking ring.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 147, is that emerald looking ring.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's exhibit number 152, the ring that's missing the diamond.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 148, is this that bracelet?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 149, that the chain,
Yes, sir.
the necklace. State's exhibit number 150, is this the necklace that has that Kim on it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You can see it there now.
Yes, sir.
And then states 151, is that another ring?
That is correct.
States exhibit number 156, is that the jewelry box from the dumpster?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
We'll offer states exhibit number 156.
We'll just renew our previous objections to states 156.
All right, and state that objection will be overruled, and state number 156 will be admitted.
Station number 156 is that same jewelry box from the dumpster.
That is correct, yes, sir.
So we can see the damage that's done to it. Not only is the door off, but the hinges, or the clasping agent is all that.
That is correct, yes, sir.
There was items found inside that. Section number 155, I'm sorry, 153, 154, 155, those are those documents we talked about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And then it looks like a bank book from Bank of East Asia.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Station number 258, other odd items, and then it looks like a lottery ticket.
Yes,
Package.
yes, sir.
Spaces number 266, is that a name tag from inside the box?
Yes, sir.
And then 267, those boxes and things that were inside the jewelry box.
Yes, sir.
I will offer spaces number 267, 266, 155, 154, 153, and 258.
And Judge, I'm sorry, can I take Detective Garcia on board once again?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garcia, in states 258, where the lottery ticket is, and it looks like some miscellaneous jewelry, is that correct? Can you hold that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So does that differentiate between the other items that were just offered and admitted over objection, states 141 to 152? Are you saying all these items were in Mr. Shamimir's hand?
No, sir, the items in the bag and the things you're looking at now, those came from the jewelry box.
So 258, all these items in 258 were found in the jewelry box?
The costume jewelry, looked like costume jewelry.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I don't believe the lottery card was in the jewelry box, but the costume jewelry, that was.
So what's contained in 258 besides the lottery ticket is what was found inside of the jewelry boxes and what's found inside of the white boxes in states 267?
Yes.
Okay, so it was taken out of that and just placed in this?
Correct.
Okay. And then the lottery ticket was found in his hand or in his,
Yes.
actually on his person when arrested, is that right?
Yes, sir.
No objection, John.
All right, so states exhibits 153, 154, 155, 258, 266, and 267 will be exhibited.
So 153, that's that pink card we saw the photo of.
Yes, sir.
correct, yes, sir.
154 is the actual document that we saw the picture of, the affidavit.
That's correct, yes, sir.
155, the Bank of East Asia,
Yes, sir.
another writing on the inside.
Yes, sir.
Name tag for a Bill W.R. Harris,
Yes, sir.
266.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 267, that's all the, and then just the odd jewelry boxes, the empty individual jewelry boxes.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And then these are the costume jewelry in the box. State's Exhibit 258. That Sonata, did you follow that Sonata to the impound to the impound lot and actually impound that car?
Yes, sir, I did.
Later, were you contacted about those keys?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you asked to do about those keys?
I was asked to retrieve the keys and bring them to Detective Knight, Detective Park at the address in Dallas that they were moved to.
We're talking about State's Exhibit number 133 and 134. These keys that were in that Sonata, you took them back out, you took them to the Warm Breeze address.
Yes, sir, I did.
Then after they were at the Warm Breeze address, did you bring them back to Detective Turriarte?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Who's one of the other detectives of the Plano Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you later learn that that 6609 Warm Breeze was the address for Miss Lou T. Harris?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garcia, so back on March of 2018, I guess, were you actually a part of the intelligence unit, or were you part of crime scene, or what were you?
I was part of the intelligence unit at the time, yes, sir.
Okay, and so how did it come to be that you were, that you collected all this evidence? Like, how did that work out?
I don't really know, to be honest. It's just something that I've been doing for many, many years. I've been involved in many arrest operations. I've been involved, one of my primary duties prior to that was assisting the narcotics unit as an extra detective. And in one of my many duties with them was to help collect and document evidence as we would go through search warrants and what have you. So I think just historically, I just kind of showed a little bit of an inclination, maybe low man on totem pole. I don't know, but it's just something I ended up doing for a very long time.
Okay, and so just kind of through your training and experience as an officer, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever go to any kind of schooling or get any kind of training specifically for
Yes.
evidence collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of training was that taking place?
Just evidence collection, in many a year, intermediate level evidence collection. I've done some forensic evidence collection when it comes to digital cell phones, vehicle information systems, what have you.
And at those, did you receive any kind of certification or anything, or like how do those trainings work there?
I believe I received some sort of certificate on most of those trainings, yes, sir.
And kind of what was the most important thing that you learned at those, during that training regarding the collection and preservation of evidence?
I think that's pretty much it. That kind of hit on the nail on the head there. Just collecting it, being able to preserve it as best possible, not contaminate it, and document where, how, when, and properly, or do the proper paperwork to submit it for evidentiary purpose later.
And have you ever heard the term, the integrity of the evidence? Explain to the jury what that term means.
Well, integrity meaning that, don't contaminate the evidence in such a way that it could taint the, evidence later on down the road. So try to keep it in its truest form possible.
And when you say contaminate, like, what does that mean to you, based on your?
Not wearing protective gloves while handling evidence, being one of them. Not getting it dirty, not breaking it, not doing a lot of things.
Just treating it with proper care. It's also very important that evidence that the way it's found, when it's first discovered or seen by law enforcement, is the way it should remain, correct?
Ideally, yes, sir. That's why I took the pictures of the evidence prior to trying to put it in any kind of bag.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to find a photo. I'm sorry, Judge, yes?
That's it.
Oh, here. Thank you. All right, Detective, so I'm going to show you on States 122. And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what that is they're looking at here.
That's the box the way we found it in the dumpster.
Okay. And when you say we,
Detective Harlow and myself.
okay. And it was actually 3 detectives that actually went around to the dumpster when this evidence was observed and then collected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was you, Detective Harwell, and then I believe it was
Detective Knight.
Detective Knight. And the person who actually retrieved the jewelry box from the dumpster was Detective Harwell. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then he handed it to you.
Yes, sir.
And then Detective Knight was handling the camera. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, as we see here on 122, on stage 122, it's a photo, and then if you look at 156, it would appear that the door that we're seeing that's open right there is the one that's still attached here on 156. Can you see that?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's that door there. And then on and so then on states 127, on 127, is this you holding the box here, Detective Garcia?
It is, yes.
Okay. And that's the box I'm referring to as 156, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on here, we see the door that we just viewed that was on, still in the dumpster. And then we also see on the opposite side of that, if we were facing the box on 156, it'd be the left, and it's no longer here, in terms of the record. The door I'm referring to is no longer there. But on 127, it's still attached, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it appears that though it's attached by 3 screws in each hinge there, is that what it appears to you as well?
The top nails, if you will, they were barely in there at all.
Yes, sir.
And 2 of the 3 on the bottom are barely hanging, or, I'm sorry, 2 of the top nails were barely hanging on. The third one wasn't doing much better on the bottom side of that hinge.
Correct. I mean, they're not firm, it doesn't appear to be firmly attached, nor do they appear to be fully pushed in to 156, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then on 124, and this is a photo that was taken out there at the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is both of the doors still attached, and it's on there, but it appears that the door that's no longer attached is closed a little bit more than it was in that previous photo where you were holding it in your hand. Is that correct?
That is
And so then out there at the scene, after you all photo it, document it, did you tag it or did you log anything? Did you make any writings or anything out there at the scene regarding the evidence that you collected?
No, sir, did not.
Okay. How did you guys keep tabs of it out there?
Like I said, I put the box and its contents into the cardboard box that I collected, and then I secured it in my vehicle until such time that our detective John was able to retrieve those items for myself.
Okay. Now, I believe, if I heard you correctly earlier, you stated that States 156, you placed it in this box that's here. It's not marked, but this is what 156 was, that you had placed it in.
That is good.
Okay. And just so the jury is clear, this box that you placed 156 in, where did you receive this box from?
More than likely the dumpster. I don't carry something like that in my vehicle, so it's returned to the dumpster.
And is this the same dumpster where 156 was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And typically in your training and experience, would you put other evidence in trash?
I've put other evidence in other cardboard boxes that I've been able to retrieve if I don't have something large enough to do that in. It's not been uncommon for me to do that in the past, no, sir.
Now, just because just because it's not uncommon, does that make it proper?
I don't know that it does or doesn't, to be honest, but the box is not dirty, it's not soiled, it's well kept, I mean, it was in good condition. I took all of that into account before just grabbing the box.
Sure. That you could see. None of those things that you could see, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me, Detective Garcia, that the way that 156 was observed, the way it was collected at the scene, the way it was photoed at the scene is different than it is here today in this courtroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was actually, if we look at if you look at States 328, and do you recognize this photo here?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be 156 on its side, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it appears that these are at least two of the shelves that were contained inside of that, is that right?
Those are the shelves, I believe I remember correctly, those are the shelves that were found loose. We did not put them back into the box upon putting it all back into the cardboard box.
And in State 328, this is a fair and accurate depiction of how you packaged and transported 156 from the scene on that day back in March of 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so on 156, as we can see, it's also shown in States 328, is that this door, the left door is no longer open. And that's where the holes were. So prior to even moving or transporting 156, it had already, the physical nature of 156 had already been altered, correct?
It had fallen off.
Which was different than how you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also detected in this, in all the, in states, I believe it's 122 through, no, that's fine. Just so the jury as well as myself is clear, these that are individually packaged, these, I believe it states 141 through, I believe it's 151. So these items here, were these items that were found in the jewelry box, or were they found in the white boxes that are in 267, I believe?
Neither.
Okay, where were these found?
These are on his person.
Okay, like in his hand or his pocket, or you said earlier you're not sure exactly on where else?
I did not collect it from him, no, sir.
Okay. So then the distinction there would be on states 258, you're saying the items that are contained in 258 outside of the lottery ticket, these are items that were found actually in the black boxes of 267.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the items that were found on this person in 141 through 153, or 151, excuse me, 141 and 151, you're not sure what, if any, relevance or connection they had to this character, is that right?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
I appreciate you, Detective Garcia.
So the door on the box is off when it was on, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so one time it was attached,
Yes, sir.
barely, and now it's off.
That's correct.
That's the big change that happened with this box. I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Did you change anything about Lou T. Bang's name inside the box or Bill Harrison's name inside the box?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass it.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes.
All right, you may step down. Could I see the lawyers up here real quick?
Judge, no objection to him being excused. I'd like to reserve him, no, please.
Okay, so, officer, you will be, subject to recall, so you are free to go. However, just make sure you leave your contact number, contact information with, so that all parties can get in touch with you if they need you, okay? All right, thank you. You're released for today. Okay, State, I will allow you to call your last witness for today.
Thank you, Judge.
Good looking suit.
We call Detective Park.
Detective Park, come on up. Good evening. If you please raise your right hand for me. You so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may be seated. You are welcome to testify with or without your mask on. We have enough plexiglass to protect you.
Thank you,
It's up to you. All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name
Detective Frank Park,
and how are you employed?
with the Plano Police Department.
And what do you do for the Plano Police Department?
I currently work in the Criminal Intelligence Unit.
And back on March 20th of 2018, were you working in that same capacity?
Yes,
And you were involved with the investigation of Mr. Billy Chimera.
that's correct.
Was some information provided to you by some of the arresting officers?
Yes, sir.
What type of information was provided to you?
I was sent pictures of a red jewelry box.
And then what about some of the contents of that red jewelry box?
Some of the contents that were important to me was a white piece of paper from the United States Consulate with a name of Lou T. Bang on it, and then a name tag with the initials WR and last name Harris.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 154. Is this what you're talking about with the name Lou T. Bang on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also is another piece there, and then this name tag. Is that what you're talking about? Station number 266?
Correct.
Okay. And why was that information important to you?
With what we were dealing with at the time, I was thinking that this is a person that we should probably find and check the welfare of.
Okay. And did you try to locate Lou T. Bang?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you discover about that name?
Utilizing the search engine that law enforcement uses called Accurate, I put her name in, searched in Texas, and found that she lived not too far from where the arrest location was.
Were there multiple names for Lou T. Bang, or
In variations of in Texas, that's correct.
Okay, what about one that kind of fit a description of an elderly individual?
That's correct. With her age, it matched what we were looking for.
Was there also connection to the name Harris with that same address?
By searching the address in the same search engine, that's correct. Last name of Harris, William Harris came up.
And what was the address, do you recall, that you came up with?
6609, so I'm so sorry.
Warbreeze?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is that in Dallas, Texas?
That's correct.
And when you got that information, what did you do next with that?
We notified Dallas PD, North Deployment started.
And what did you notify them, ask them to do?
Asked them to conduct a welfare check at the residence.
And do you recall about the time that was?
It was later in the evening.
Maybe around 7:50?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did you go anywhere to actually meet with these detectives?
Yes, we met them off-site, told them what we knew at the time and why we were asking them to meet.
And did you actually go to that 6609 Warbreeze?
I went to the address, correct?
Did you ever go inside the house?
No, sir.
Was that something that the Dallas Police Department did?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass witness.
Mr. Hayes, Mr. Warren?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness step down?
Yes, Judge.
No
And may
objection.
this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and, I was gonna say, ladies and evidence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have received all the evidence and testimony that you will today. You are still under the same instructions and directions that the court has given you previously, that you are to only consider information that comes from this witness stand and comes from this courtroom. There is no self-investigation, there is no Googling, there is no discussing this case amongst yourselves or amongst family members or friends. You are not even to discuss it amongst yourselves until you've heard all of the evidence, you have received the jury charge, and you are under the direction of the court to deliberate. Also, we will meet here tomorrow morning, as we did previously. I would ask if you could be in the jury room by 8:45. Once you get here, once everyone gets here, we will then start as soon as you get here, okay? All right, once again, that free coffee will be waiting on you. It will not be Starbucks, but it will be free. All right, if there's nothing further, you will be released for today.
All rise.